Today's date is Thursday, March 20th, 2025. My name is Richard L. Hagar, District Court Judge. This is the time and place set for trial. We are on our fourth day on the calendar, third day on the actual trial. File is 51-2022-CR421, State of North Dakota versus Nichole Rice. Ms. Rice is present along with her counsel. The state is represented also. We don't have the jury yet. Before I call them in, Ms. Sorgan, was there anything else before I call the jury?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
You okay?
I'm not feeling real hot this morning, so if during Mr. Nelson's questioning, I have to run out in the hallway.
Okay.
Just a heads up,
So
Your Honor.
we're going to depend on Mr. Nelson then. All right.
I depend on Mr. Nelson a lot, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Sand, any issues?
No, sir.
All right, let's call in the jury, please. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Mr. Nelson, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State waives roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you waive roll call of the jury?
We do, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Nelson, call your next witness.
State calls Jordan Thompson.
Officer Thompson, if you'll come up here, please. We're going to have you swear an oath.
I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
And then we'll have you come over there, please. Once you're situated, just make sure the mic's aimed at your chin and the light is on. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Jordan Thompson.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm a parole and probation officer with the North Dakota Department of Corrections.
Now, were you working with the for the Minot Police Department in June of 2007?
Yes.
What was your time frame for employment with the Minot Police Department?
1997 to 2009.
Okay. And were you a licensed peace officer, state of North Dakota at that time?
Yes.
Are you still today?
Yes.
Okay. Could you run down your training and experience for us, please?
Went to Minot State University, got my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I went through the police academy in Devil's Lake. I worked a couple years at the Williston PD, 11 years at the Minot PD, and 16 years with the Department of Corrections.
Okay.
Can you pull it just a little closer, please? Mr. Thompson? Thank you.
Now, in June of 2007, what was your role with the Minot Police Department?
I was a sergeant in the detective division.
Okay, so investigations?
Yes.
Okay. As part of that, were you involved in this case?
To a degree, yes.
What was your involvement in this case?
I went to the scene with Detective Goodman, and we were examining the window. When the crime scene was originally found, I was on vacation at that time, so I wasn't involved with all the initial investigating.
So your involvement was pretty much limited to just that one moment at the window?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if there was video taken of that moment at the window?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I've handed you a disc. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
Does that disc have your initials on it?
Yes.
Have you previously watched that or reviewed that disc?
Yes.
That disc, is that a copy of the video of the reenactment at the window?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate copy of that reenactment?
Yes.
The state moves to introduce this into evidence, Your Honor. What's the exhibit number?
14.
Exhibit 14, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand,
No objection.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 14 is received without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And do you see a screen in front of you with like a home page with a tent on it?
Yes.
Just making sure you're seeing the same thing.
Sergeant, can you make sure it's on that screen too, please? All right. Thank you very much.
Now, before we go any further with this video, who are the two people that you see right there?
Myself and Detective David Goodman.
And which is which?
I'm on the right. Detective Goodman's on the left in the plaid polo shirt.
Mr. Nelson, is there any sound on this?
There should be, Your Honor.
Start it over,
Sure.
please. Thank you, Colette.
And just to see if it comes through here, I'm just going to place the microphone next to the computer.
Okay.
We're assuming that that would be cut from somebody coming out and maybe ripping it. But now looking at this, I don't know if that would be possible. This isn't as tight as what you think. The video, I mean, it's somebody came out with a leg, drove down there, and they rip it. So now you've got this much of an area to get through. Can't get in there without ripping the screen. right? Why not? Since I'm less muscular than you do?
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's a pretty big guy.
I just ripped it. We're doing. Well, maybe we didn't. All right, here, maybe. That was not easy to get about doing what happened. Okay. Yeah, I bet you that rip was somebody leaving and maybe you got that in there. So now try coming out and maybe drag this leg or whatever over, see if it either rips there. Is this the same style screen and everything? I don't think that would rip. I think if anything, well, I was trying to get through without touching things as much as I could. And the screen was out. Yeah, but even him, that was not easy getting in or out.
Yeah, well, the screen was also laying on the ground, too.
Yeah, but I mean,
But then-
even though it wasn't laying on the ground.
Oh, I thought you said it was.
It was still in the window, but it
Oh,
was
it was
pushed out.
bad.
Okay, so the frame was pushed out. So with that cut though, I mean, I'm almost thinking that had to have been cut.
It's perfectly straight.
Yeah, because I mean,
I heard it rip when I was going in, and it's uneven at the very end, which is where I tore when I went in.
right, and same thing, if you were coming out and your leg drags here, look at the pressure it's putting on the end of the screen. It's gonna rip there. It's not gonna rip here. See any stress on this part of the screen in the pictures? It looks like in this spot on the picture there's a slight, possibly a slight tear that's not straight, but it's about right here where it's perfectly straight almost to the bottom.
Was the bed right under that window? I wonder if that one stab was like maybe during the occupation. Take
screen.
the screen out.
No, I think that's the window.
No, we just took the screen out this morning, or this week.
This, we got here, this window was open. If you're a shorter person going out that window, my legs are long, so a shorter person's gonna do more damage ripping it. Because they're gonna have to put full pressure on it.
Oh, somebody, it wasn't easy for me to get out of there without carrying the screen. I was working at it to not touch it. And anyone that wasn't tall would have easily ripped that.
Been a lightweight person. I mean, just,
Yeah. If you're gonna rip it, it's gonna go.
well, you wanna see how easy it is for you to come to it.
You want me to try to call in?
If you don't mind.
You want me to go in, right?
Sure.
I was gonna say, it's a floor, there's nothing to fall on. We're gonna grab
Comfortable
on.
doing that or no? Okay.
Now that would have definitely ripped if you had. Sure, if you think you can without getting hurt. It's tough for getting out. Of course, as she says.
Well, it's always over you.
I was trying not to rip the screen when I did it.
24 legs.
Yeah. I think that was kind of it would have been very tough to cut that into.
Was that Marty's voice that we heard when talking about how the screen was when he saw it?
I believe so.
And just so we're all clear here, that's not the same screen that was taken into evidence, was it?
It's a different screen.
Okay. Where were you stepping when you went in and out of that room?
I believe I was at the base of the bed.
Okay. Now, watching the two of you go in and out, or the three of you, I should say, as agile as I would say that you were doing that completely sober. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. The third person to go in and out, who was that individual?
Evelyn Jones,
And approximately how tall is she?
about 5'4".
And when you were watching yourself come out of there, did you come out clean or did you kind of have to hop? What did you do?
I was making every effort to see if I could get in and out of the window without disturbing it, which was not easy, and I caught on the bottom of the screen.
When you came out of there, do you recall if you created footprints in the dirt?
I don't recall.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, any
Thank-
cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Is it Officer Thompson?
That works.
I know it's been a long time with everybody. Everybody's got different titles now. But... So it's true you said you were on vacation when the original call came out on that Monday, right?
Yes,
So you didn't respond to the scene.
correct. I did
Okay. When did you make this video?
I believe it was approximately week and a half after the crime scene was found.
And it's true you don't have any background in scene recreation or forensics. Did you take training for that?
I've been to some schools, crime scene investigation with different things.
Anything specific to crime scene recreation?
Not that I recall.
At 7:30, isn't it true that you said anyone that wasn't tall would rip that?
Yes.
I just want to read it. It's true. You weren't at the scene when the original investigation was done in the days following, the day it happened and the next day when the scene was being processed.
Correct. I was not there.
Okay. Now, obviously, you weren't here for other testimony earlier, but so you never saw the screen in the window.
The original?
Yeah.
Correct. I did not see that.
And that's not the original screen. That's a separate screen, right?
Correct.
Where did you guys get that screen?
I believe the management had replaced it, and then Detective Goodman got permission to cut it
Okay.
for what we did with the video.
How many times did you and Detective Goodman, and let me ask you this first, I apologize. Who is the woman in the video?
Evelyn Jones, she was a secretary in our office.
How many times between the three of you did you go in and out of that window with that screen cut there?
I believe Detective Goodman went in and out twice. I went in and out once, and Evelyn Jones went in and out once.
Okay. So a number of times.
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one question. Mr. Thompson, approximately how tall are you?
6'4".
And Sergeant Goodman was roughly the same height as you?
He's a little taller, about 6'5".
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, anything else?
I just want to reiterate, you said anyone that wasn't tall would rip that at 7:30, correct?
Correct.
That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, is the officer here by subpoena?
He is, Your Honor. He can be released.
Mr. Sand, do you also have him here by subpoena?
I don't, Your Honor.
All right.
I don't think so. No, we
Go
don't.
as you please. Thank you very much. Do you have another witness today, Mr. Nelson?
Do Your Honor. Just give me one moment here to get this for the evidence here. State calls Bob Barnard.
Officer Barnard, if you'll come up here, please, she'll swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Over here, please, then, officer. Thank you. Once you're situated, just make sure the mic is aimed at your chin and that the little light is on, please. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Robert Barnard,
And spell your last name?
Barnard.
And are you retired now?
I am.
Okay. Before you retired, what was your career?
Just before, I was a Ward County Sheriff.
Okay. So your career was in law enforcement.
That's correct.
Could you give us a rundown of your experience in law enforcement?
I have to go back a long ways. I started in the military. I went to Minot. In 1976 and 1979, I started at the Minot Police Department. I was on patrol for about 6 years, and then in narcotics as a dog handler for about 4. I spent the rest of my 31 years in criminal investigations as a detective. I was done there in November of 2010. January 1 of 2011, I started at the Ward County Sheriff's Department. The last about 2 years of the 8 years there, I was acting sheriff, and then after that I retired. So in 2019, I retired.
Okay. In June of 2007, you were with the Minot Police Department?
I was
And just so we're all clear, what was your role at the time with the Minot Police Department?
detective investigator.
Okay. Just for clarity's sake, we'll be referring to you as Detective Barnard in this. I know that your last position was sheriff, but we'll call you detective. Is that all right with you?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. Were you called on the 4th of June of 2007 regarding this incident?
I responded to this incident.
Okay. Tell us about that.
I recall that I was out in a car, City of Minot car. I was working as an investigator in the evening, and I heard a call come over the radio of an unattended death. Ambulance and fire had responded along with some patrolmen, and I don't remember how far away I was from the call. I think I was a little ways away, but I knew that they would need an investigator there because we sent an investigator to every unattended death call, so I started to head that way.
Okay. What happened next?
I arrived on the scene, and I remember seeing a couple of patrolmen there. Chuck LeBoy was the one that I remember talking to primarily. I think Shane Haug was there, and another patrolman who was in training, as I recall. I don't know his name. And he apprised me of the fact that ambulance and rescue had been there and left, and that in the apartment they found a young female who was deceased in a bed, and they felt that it was suspicious.
And what happened next?
He told me that there was a group of people over to, we were standing in a grass area between buildings. I'm trying to visualize this. To my left, and it was described to me that it was the victim's father, Gordon Knutson, and some friends of his that he'd come from Butte with to check on his daughter, who was deceased. And I think Marty Annell was standing there, who was described to me as a maintenance man who had found some property from the apartment outside or something.
And what happened next?
I learned that, I think Chuck LeBoy told me that this deceased individual had a roommate, the defendant, and that they lived together in that apartment. And I believe from dispatch records, we found her name, or someone knew her name. I believe maybe Gordon had told the patrol officer what her name was.
Would that be Nichole Rice?
That's
or
correct.
Nicole Thomas at the time?
Nicole Thomas is how I knew her at the time.
Yes, please
Nicole
continue.
Thomas. And that she worked just a few blocks away from where we were standing. And I said we need to get a hold of her and get her over here as quick as we can so that we can start the process of finding out what's going on here. I remember that the patrolman took me over to an area, an opening in the sort of an enclave in the building where you could look inside the window. And I stayed back from the window a little bit because I was thinking about footprints in the dirt or whatever might be there. I didn't want to disturb anything. And he said the deceased is there, and I remember I couldn't see her. I didn't realize what I was looking at was the victim. And I said, where, Chuck? And he said, right there. And I said, where? And then I moved to the left, and I remember then I could see her hair and could see that there was, it looked like a bundle of clothing and stuff at the end of the bed, but I could see that the victim was there.
So that's where you found, or you and other officers found the victim, Anita Knutson.
That's correct.
Okay. Now I'm just going to back up a moment. You said that it was, you wanted to get the defendant to the scene. Why is that?
Because other than her father, who appeared to be very upset, she was going to be my source of information. I was anxious to see her and talk to her and say, what's going on here? Who's been here? What's going on? I assumed that she'd have more knowledge than anybody.
Because she was the roommate?
Because she was a roommate, yes.
Okay.
And I believe by then I knew that they had been friends or were friends.
Okay.
The victim and the defendant, Nichole.
So who reached out to try to get Nichole to the scene?
Dispatch. I told dispatch to call the place. I think it was called eTelecare. It was a call center. And I said, get a hold of the supervisor. Tell him to tell her there's been an emergency at her apartment and the police need her there right away, and ask them to release her from work.
Did she come immediately?
No. A little bit of time went by, and I thought, and dispatch didn't call me back. And I thought, what's going on here? So I called dispatch. I believe this was on the radio. said, were you able to deliver the message? And they said yes. They said that they would give her the message. A little more time went by, and I will admit that I was anxious to talk to her, but I think 10, 15 minutes went by again, and I thought, why isn't this, I thought of her as a girl, I thought, why isn't this girl here? What's going on? So I asked dispatch for the number, and I used my cell phone, and I called the business place. I asked for a supervisor, and I said, this is Detective Barnard from the Minot Police Department. We called about releasing someone. We need her. And he, I believe it was a male, interrupted me and said, we gave her the message.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I was of the understanding that she'd been released and had left.
Approximately how far from the scene of the murder was the defendant's employment?
As the crow flies, I think about 3 blocks. As you drive, I think about 6.
So 6 blocks, that take just a minute or two to drive?
A few minutes, yeah.
Okay. Did the defendant come to the scene after the second phone call?
She did.
Okay. And what happened then?
I knew what kind of car she was going to be driving. I believe dispatch told me, I think it was a red Pontiac Grand Prix or Grand Am. And I saw her pull up, and I saw a younger girl get out, and I assumed that that was the defendant, Nichole Thomas. And I was standing there, and she must have obviously known who I was. I had a badge and a gun on. She walked over to me, and I said, are you Nichole? And she said, yes. Best of my recollection, my exact words were, I'm sorry to tell you that your roommate's deceased, and she's been killed. I used the word she's been killed.
How did the defendant react to that?
She didn't. She was flat, just no real reaction at all. I didn't know what to expect. I thought, I've done this many times throughout my career. You get different reactions from different people, but she just was kind of flat.
Was that reaction unusual compared to the other times that you've relayed the death of someone?
It was unusual, and I remember thinking, what's going on here? Why doesn't she seem concerned about this?
Did the defendant ask any of the what I would call the newspaper reporter questions, the who, the what, the where, the why, the how?
No, she didn't ask me anything about that, and that I found that very odd as well.
Why did you find that odd?
You know, my experience, if the cops call you up and say, I need to talk to you, for instance, the first question out of somebody's mouth is, why? What do you want to talk to me about? What's this about? What's going on? And the same thing if you notify somebody. I've walked up to doors in the middle of the night and told parents that their son was killed in a car accident, and they say, oh my God, where? Who was he with? What was he driving? Where was this? They always have questions. She had no questions about any of this.
Is that pretty much the only time in your career that was the reaction you got?
That's the only time I recall, yeah.
Okay.
A reaction like that.
What happened next?
I think I took her at some point to a crime van that was there. I mean, other investigators were arriving, Strandberg, Sunbakken, maybe Murphy, I don't recall. Somebody brought a crime van that we had, which had some seats in it so you could sit in there and interview people or talk with people. I took her into that, and I talked to her for a little bit. I think I got a short statement from her. And then I asked her to meet me at the police department so we could talk more, and she agreed to do that. And I think at the same time I asked the patrolman to talk to the victim's father and anybody that was there and asked them if they could come down so we could start the interview process.
So you interviewed her in the police van at the scene, and then a second interview at the police department?
As I recall, yeah.
Okay. Were those interviews transcribed?
I believe they were, yes. Yeah, they were recorded.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, Detective, I've handed you 2 documents. Do you recognize these documents?
I do.
Are these the transcripts of the interviews that took place between you and the defendant?
Yes, they are. One's indicated it's in the crime van and the other one at the Minot Police Department.
And were those both done on the 4th of June of 2007?
They were, one at 18:11 hours and one at 22:27 hours.
Have you previously reviewed these transcripts?
I did very briefly. I wasn't provided a copy of them.
If you could take a look at those and tell us if they are true and accurate copies of those transcripts.
What are the exhibit numbers, please?
I believe it was 16 and 17, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please keep in mind it's been 17 years, but these appear to me to be accurate, correct?
So those are true and accurate
As I
copies?
recall them, yes.
State moves to enter exhibits 16 and 17 into evidence.
Mr. Sand.
We're going to object to their admission, Your Honor. Detective Barnard's here, and the best evidence is his testimony. He said he's reviewed these and the conversations he's had, so we're going to ask that they not be allowed into evidence.
Exhibit 16 and 17 will be received over your objections.
What happened next in the investigation?
Myself and investigators put on gloves and made entry to the apartment and viewed the deceased body and the general appearance of the apartment. I recall that at some point in time, I think from the crime van, we retrieved a large white paper roll that we kept. That was placed on the floor by the bed, and we removed the body. I think myself and Strandberg actually removed the body and placed it on that paper before it was placed into a black body bag. And at that time, I could see injuries to the victim that appeared to me to be stab wounds. And then later the knife was discovered in the bedding.
Now, you said a moment ago appeared to be stab wounds. Is that consistent with other times that you've seen stabbings in your career?
Yes.
Okay. Was it clear that that was what the cause of death was to you?
Well, I'm not a medical examiner, but it was my assumption. Yes, it was a reasonable assumption that these upper body knife wounds were the cause of her death.
What happened next in the investigation?
I think I left the scene, and the rest of the investigators continued to process the scene and collect evidence, take pictures, do all that stuff. And I went to the police department and started interviewing.
And you interviewed the defendant at the police department?
That's correct.
Did you interview other individuals at the police department?
I've interviewed a lot of people at the police department. I don't know who else I did on that specific date.
Okay. What was the next thing that happened in the investigation that you were a part of?
Well, I'm trying to think of the chronological order. Of course, we all met and talked about what was going on, and I remember sharing with the other investigators the what I felt was odd reaction from Nichole, the defendant, about this event. And they talked about retrieving other evidence. I believe a curtain rod, window screen from the maintenance man. We talked about the scene and taking footprints or trying to get prints by the window. We talked about the fact that the door was locked when the father got there, who would have keys to the door. And then we made it, I believe the next day, we asked the defendant, Nichole, to come with us and go through the apartment and look for anything that was out of place, things missing, furniture knocked over, whatever would be out of place, because we assumed that she'd be familiar with the contents of the apartment. And as we talked, I said, watch her, guys, I think is what I said. Let's see what her reaction is when she gets in the apartment. I'm curious to see how she's going to react to this.
And how did she react?
She was cooperative. She went in with us, and she looked around, couldn't find anything. I kept watching her to see if she was going to look in the room. The room was right there and the door was open. The bed was right there. Of course, everything had been removed from the bed, the bedding and the body and everything, of course, was gone. She never looked. She never, I felt as though she wasn't avoiding it, but she never looked, never asked a question about it, nothing. She did lock in on the fact that I think there was like an end table or a small table there. She had some kind of electronic device, nano or something, I don't remember what it was, that was missing. And she said they took my nano or whatever it was.
Would that have been an iPod Nano?
It could have been an iPad. I don't remember.
iPod.
Okay, iPod. Okay. I assumed it was some type of device with music on it, and I probably knew the name at the time, but I don't know. And she just kind of fixated on that. She was all of a sudden she was animated. And she was animated about this listening device. And I thought, this is what excites you here? This is what you're concerned about? But she said they stole it. Other than that, she was cooperative and said that everything in the apartment appeared to be just as it was when she last saw it.
So the possibility of losing an iPod got her excited, but not the death of her roommate.
Well, that's the way it appeared to me.
Okay. Now, on the 4th of June, so we're going to go back a day, was there a video taken of the apartment?
Yes.
And were you part in that video?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that video?
No. Well, I have seen it, but not recently.
Okay. Did you just watch this video 2 nights ago?
I saw a portion of it, yes.
Okay. And was that the video that you saw 2 nights ago, the video that was taken that day?
Yes. I
And you're
didn't see it from beginning to end, but
Okay.
I saw the majority of it, yes.
And you're in that video?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective Barnard, I've handed you a disc. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
It does. It's Exhibit 15, and it has my initials on it.
Is that the disc that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is that a true and accurate copy of the video that was taken that day?
Appears to be, to me, yes.
Okay. The state moves to introduce Exhibit 15 to end evidence.
Mr. Sand.
No objection, Your Honor.
Claims Exhibit 15 is received without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may. If at all possible, try and get that microphone as close as you can. this
Yep,
time.
that was my game plan, Your Honor. As soon as I... That's about as close as I can get it. I'm just going to pause the video right there. Detective Barnard, what are we looking at right there?
You're looking at what I would describe as like a Tupperware container with some water in it and the bathroom sink.
Okay, and that was it was a two bedroom, 1 bathroom apartment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is the only bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And whose bedroom are we looking at right now?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm just going to pause. Was this Anita's room?
That's correct.
And is that Anita that we see on the bed?
Yes,
So because this is Anita's room, can we assume the other room was the defendant's
we
bedroom?
can assume that.
Okay. Now, as we're watching this video, this is before any evidence was collected, anything was disturbed by law enforcement. Is that
That's
accurate?
correct.
Okay. So nothing had been moved at this point.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Is this portion the outside of the apartment?
It is the window, you just depicted the window of the apartment, the bedroom, Nita's bedroom.
Sorry if we're kind of jumping backwards there. We were talking about the 5th at this point. I went backwards. What happened next in the investigation?
We continued to interview people and talk to a lot of different people. By this time, obviously, the media had news of this incident, so we start collecting tips and leads in the process of taking all the evidence that had been returned or been reclaimed to the state laboratory and collecting DNA evidence from people, et cetera.
Now, you mentioned the media. Was there a fair amount of media interested in this case?
Local media, yeah.
Is it fair to say that there's a fair amount of interest from local media anytime there's a homicide?
Yes.
Okay. When the media was reaching out regarding the death of Anita Knutson, were the full details of the case given to the media?
No, never.
Why is that?
Because you always want to hold back. You don't want to, how do I say, spoil the crowd. I don't want to, if you're someone that I want to talk to that could have information about it, I don't want you to hear about it on the media before you come talk to me. I want your personal knowledge uncorrupted, so to speak, by the media. So you always keep details back that Only you would know if you were there, for instance, had you been there.
So, for example, if we were talking about a hit and run and it was a blue sedan, you might not say that it was the color of the vehicle.
Well, in the case of a hit and run, you would, but yeah, exactly. Yeah, you would keep that information back.
I acknowledge that was a terrible example for that, but
that's fine.
okay. Please continue what happened with the investigation.
We continued to do that. Nichole, the defendant, was asked to come back several times, I think, to be interviewed, make contact with her. I continued to talk to more and more people, follow up on tips and leads. Karen Lear is Anita Knutson's aunt. She'd contacted me. I kept in touch with the family. We talked a lot. And as you can imagine, this was a huge deal. We talked about it every day in the office for years.
As part of the investigation, did you speak with Kevin Thomas?
I did.
And who was Kevin Thomas?
He would be Nichole Thomas's father.
And what was the purpose of talking to Kevin Thomas?
To see what he knew about the situation and to try to nail down when Nichole was at the apartment and when she wasn't.
And did Kevin Thomas provide you with a statement?
He did.
Okay. What was that statement about?
He gave it to me at the police department. As I recall, he came down, he brought his daughter because we were talking to her, the defendant, Nichole, at the same time. Somebody else talked to her, I didn't at that time. And I think I asked him about the situation in general and dates and times when he thought his daughter was at the apartment and when he thought she wasn't there.
Okay. And what was the impression that you got from Mr. Thomas?
I think, I don't know the man. I think he was trying to be as honest with me as he could, but still protective of his daughter, obviously.
Did you learn anything about his position regarding whether or not he would have known if Nichole had left the farm?
Well, it struck me that he said that she was at home.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The question was about learning, Your Honor, and yesterday it was established pretty well that if a person learns something, that's not hearsay.
That's not the way you asked the question. That's not the way you started to answer it. So you can rephrase your question, but the objection is sustained.
Did you learn anything regarding Anita's, or not Anita, excuse me, if Mr. Thomas, and this is Kevin Thomas I'm talking about, would have known about the defendant leaving the farm?
Yes.
And that was learned from Kevin Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mr. Thomas adamant when he...
Objection, he's testifying, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That's impression, Your Honor.
Not yours, though, Mr. Nelson. So sustained.
I'll move along. What was the next part of the investigation?
Continue to interview people. Continue to get tips and leads and follow up on them. Continue to contact the lab and talk about fingerprints and DNA evidence and hair and things of that nature.
Now, you left the Minot Police Department approximately December of 2010.
November of 2010.
November of 2010. And then January of 2011, that's when you went to the sheriff's office?
Correct.
Okay. So between June of 2007 and November of 2010, were you the primary detective on this case?
I guess so. We all worked on it, but I was the first one on the scene, so I was sort of primary.
Okay. And during that time, were you able to figure out who potential suspects might be?
Yes.
Okay. And who were some of those potential suspects?
Well, I don't know that I call them suspects. We had people of interest.
People of interest. Let's say it that way.
Yeah, people of interest. Devin Hall was a person of interest. It's not unusual in a case like this, especially one that goes on and on, that everybody kind of comes out of the woodwork. People call, they want to help, they want to insert themselves into the case. Some people do. So we had several people like that. There was a custodian from the college that came forward and said that Anita had told him in passing that she loved him. Obviously, he needed to be investigated. People like that, things like that.
Now, all these people that were looked at, did any of them rise to the level of being not just a person of interest, but a suspect?
No.
Why is that?
It just didn't pan out. For instance, the gentleman I talked about from the university, he didn't know where she lived. He couldn't even really describe her to me. He just told me this, and then we later learned that he had a little bit of a learning disability. I interviewed his ex-wife, who said he was never violent, and she wasn't surprised that he was trying to draw some attention to himself. I talked to his boss, who said the same thing. Yeah, he's a custodian here, and he, you know, I can see where he'd like you to pay attention to him. And then he just never rose to the level of being anyone of any greater suspicion.
Was Nichole Rice or Nichole Thomas at the time ever ruled out as a suspect?
No,
And why is that?
because she was always in the picture. We always had doubts. I was always surprised by her reaction. And then later, during statements, they were a little bit inconsistent on dates and times, where she was, when she was there, et cetera.
Okay. Now, we talked a moment ago about the holdbacks from the media, that we don't tell everything, and you corrected me about a hit and run potentially. Was that also done with potential suspects?
Yeah, I don't remember releasing anything about any potential suspects. The only, if you want me to describe it, there's only one incident in the case that I remember where we put something like that out.
Now, the question I'm asking or trying to ask here is, was any of that, the specific sort of details of the case, ever given to the defendant, Nichole Thomas Rice?
No,
Okay. So she would never have known the specific details of the murder?
no. Not from me. Not from the investigators.
Now, looking back to that video that we all saw, in the bathroom sink, you described it as a Tupperware full of water. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. What happened with that Tupperware full of water?
I believe it was, the water was collected by one of the investigators and kept for testing.
Okay. So and that would have been done when everything else was being processed, when Anita was put on the white paper and all that?
Correct.
Okay. So when Nichole was brought to the apartment, that Tupperware full of water would not have been?
It was gone.
Okay. Now, were you on scene when Anita's body was removed from the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. How was that body removed?
The ambulance responded. I mean, the ambulance was there initially, obviously, but then typically we'd call them back later after we were done with the crime scene to transport the body to the morgue. And the body was placed into a black typical body bag and put onto a gurney and taken out to an ambulance.
Now,
Sealed. The bag would have been sealed.
so zipped up, like
Zipped
we see
up.
in the movies?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Now, in your career in law enforcement, I would imagine you've seen these bags on multiple occasions?
Yes.
Okay. Are they see-through?
No, they're black. Heavy black plastic.
Heavy black plastic, so you can't see what's inside.
I've never seen one that you could see inside of. No.
When the body was removed, would it have been zipped up?
Oh yes, absolutely. Zipped and sealed in the room before we removed it.
So would have there been any opportunity for the defendant to see the body of Anita other than just knowing that it was in the body bag?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination,
I do,
sir?
Your Honor. Thank you. Thanks for being here, Detective. So it's true that you weren't working for the police department when these charges were brought, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to go over a couple of things regarding your testimony. You had referred to curtain rods and property outside the apartment. That was the curtain rods and the curtains and curtain rod that had been strewn outside the window and then thrown back in, correct?
I am of the understanding that the curtain rod and curtain were outside of the window, and when the maintenance man found that, I was present when he told me or one of the officers that he threw that back in the room.
Okay. And that's Marty.
I didn't see it outside
No,
of
no.
the room, but I was of the understanding it had been outside.
And the maintenance man was Marty Annell, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when the state was talking to you, you guys were referring to something that happened 2 nights ago. Did you guys meet 2 nights ago?
We did.
Okay, to just go over everything?
Not everything, no.
What'd you go over?
Exhibits that were to be entered.
Okay. So you had some time to kind of catch up on what was going to be presented today?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Do you recall doing press releases from the Minot Police Department in 2007 and 2008?
I recall, I don't remember what was on them, but I remember releasing information, sure.
Isn't it true that you did a press release in August of 2007? Sent to the, well, I'll call it a press release, Mid-State Organized Crime Information Center. And your conclusion in that press release is that the murder weapon was recovered at the scene. And isn't it true that you were looking for a Native American male in his early 20s, approximately 6 feet tall?
Well, that wasn't a press release, I don't believe.
What was that?
Well, MOCIC, Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center, is a conglomeration of information packet for law enforcement agencies. So you would share the information of a crime that you had with them in hopes that they would disseminate it to agents, law enforcement agencies that might have similar information and be able to contact you and say, hey, we had the same thing happen in our town or something.
But you didn't send them something looking for a 5'5" blonde girl. You sent them something looking for a 6 foot Native American man in his early 20s.
That's correct. That's somebody we were trying to locate at that time. You're correct.
Right. Okay. And that the murder weapon was recovered at the scene.
Right.
Okay. On October 7th, did you do a news release?
I'd have to see it. I don't remember.
I'll let you take a look. Thank you, Detective.
Yep, this appears to be from me, and it is dated October 7th, 2008.
Could you take a look at the contents?
Yes, I recall that.
Thank you, sir. In the press release, it's true that you're looking for a 200-pound male, 6'3" to 6'4".
Someone who was described to us like that, yes.
Okay. Running from the area of the homicide.
Correct.
Okay. How tall do you think Nichole is?
I don't know. 5'6"? I don't know.
Female?
Female, obviously.
Not 6'3", 6'4"?
No.
Not obviously Native American?
No.
Okay. In fact, in this news release, it's true that you had a local artist do a rendering.
Yeah, I called the university art department because we didn't have an artist available, and they sent me an art student.
Okay. Did that rendering look like Nichole Rice?
No, not at all.
Or did it look like a Native American, 6'3", 200-pound man?
It looked like a 200-pound man. I don't know if he looked Native American to me, but he looked like a 200-pound man.
I've read through a lot of evidence in this case, reports, things created by law enforcement. I've gone through all of it. My whole office has, because this case is important to us.
Is there a question here, Your Honor?
I'm just about to hit it.
Mr. Nelson, it's his cross-examination.
Isn't it true that you concluded that easy access could be made through the bedroom by cutting the screen and going in?
I wouldn't say easy access.
You wouldn't?
No.
If I showed you a report, might that help you a little bit?
I'll review it.
Thank you, sir. I'll show you right where it is. Start on the word easy there.
That is what it says.
And I'm just asking to refresh your recollection. I appreciate it.
Sure.
And I know it's been a long time, but if you could think as hard as you could, I'd really appreciate it because it's important, sir. Now, did you also conclude, it's true you concluded, that you speculated that someone exiting through that window had caught the curtain and the curtain rod?
That was my most reasonable assumption at the time, yes.
Okay. On their way out of the window.
It would seem to me that the most reasonable conclusion an average person could reach, knowing what I knew at the time, that if they exited through the window, it was inside out.
And I'm just confused because you're telling me that Devin Hall was never a suspect in the case, but you're doing press releases, you're sending letters to or crime agencies looking for this kind of person. Isn't that true?
That's correct. Two different individuals.
Now, isn't it true that during the course of your investigation you discovered that there was a Native American male, late teens, early 20s, 200 pounds, 6'2", running in a white t-shirt and shorts?
Did we discovered that person? No,
No, did you conclude, did you discover that in your investigation?
a woman came to us.
What was that woman's name?
I don't recall. She was with her child. She told us, and I have not read the report, so I'm best of my recollection. She was entering an apartment building to the north of the crime scene and saw a man, the description that you gave, about 200 pounds, could have been Native American male, running in a northerly direction. She felt that was concerning because he seemed to be running very hard. So we had the drawing done from her description. We made the decision to disseminate that to the public in hopes that we would get a tip or a lead. And a gentleman came forward and said, I think I'm that guy because I was running there at that time, and I believe she probably saw me. He, in my opinion,
I'm going to stop you there, sir. So you continued to send these out because we're talking about a press release that I just showed you from 2008, October 7th of 2008. How long after the murder was that?
I'm sorry?
October 7th, 2008, the news release we went.
Well, from June of 2007 to
over a year.
October 8, yeah.
And you're still sending press releases out looking for this Native American.
Yeah, that I don't know when that information came to us. It seemed like it was later, but I don't recall.
Over a year and a half later?
I don't know.
Some guy came in and said, that's me?
No, I don't recall when the woman came forward and gave us the information and description
Well,
of the
we'll get
male
to
she
that.
saw
I
running.
appreciate that. Do you recall in the course of your investigation that you found out that there was dirt or possibly blood on that person's clothes?
No. She described a stain on his shirt.
I'm going to have to show you again your report here, sir. I'll have you look. It's the first paragraph, but you can start here and just kind of get. You'll know when you're there.
That's her description, yep. I can read it if you wish.
It's okay. So that's correct?
She described it as a stain on his t-shirt, possibly blood or dirt.
Thank you. what Devon Hall is?
Yes,
In fact, he's referenced quite a bit in your report, isn't he?
that's correct.
How did you end up interacting with Devon Hall?
John Klug from the police department called me and said, Bob, you should know the last night patrol dealt with a Native American kid on Sioux Street. He had entered an apartment and was, I think, hiding in a closet in near a girl's room or in a girl's room, and was, I think, chased by the father and maybe a neighbor, and eventually captured.
And it's true he had a knife on him, right?
He had apparently taken a knife from the kitchen, had it in his pocket, back pocket, I believe.
He had a knife on him, right?
Right. That he'd taken from the apartment.
Sure. How long after Anita's murder was this?
I don't recall.
A couple of days.
Was it a couple? Yes, I believe it was.
Okay.
Just a couple days.
Did you discuss what happened with him?
Yes.
Did you interview him?
Yes.
Now, it's true you met with the FBI on this case as well, isn't it?
I'm sorry.
It's true that you met with the FBI in this case, isn't it?
We talked with him, yes.
Yeah.
Well, there was an FBI agent that helped us, yes.
You, Strandberg, and Dale Maesner? And it's true that in your conversations, the conclusions that you guys met was that this was Devon Hall that did this.
No.
That's what the FBI concluded in the conversation.
It was the FBI's opinion, yes.
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Right.
Devon Hall did it. Not a suspect, though, right?
No, they said that he was a suspect. I don't know that they said he was responsible
You
for
said
the
he
crime.
wasn't a suspect.
Right.
Do you know where Devon Hall's from?
He was from Montana. Was it? I don't know where he's from originally.
I think Fort Peck Reservation.
Yeah, I think it was Poplar.
Yeah. Now, when the state was asking you questions, you talked about a variety of suspects that you kind of put in the same category, isn't that right?
People of interest, yeah.
One was a custodian with a learning disability, as you described it, who said that Anita said she loved him, right?
He told us that. Yeah.
Yeah. And you said that guy's name along with Devon Hall. You said custodian, Devon Hall, correct?
I believe I did, yeah.
Okay. Did you have as much evidence regarding this custodian as you did it with Devon Hall?
No.
FBI telling you he did it?
Well, the FBI didn't.
Okay.
The FBI didn't tell us he did it. But you're correct. No, we did not have as much evidence as we did with.
Because I'm just concerned that they're getting lumped into the same category. Is that a fair concern of mine?
Sure. If I were the defense attorney, I would be concerned about
I
that.
appreciate that. I'm going to go back to one of my earlier questions. These charges weren't brought while you were at the PD's office, were they?
I did not charge the defendant, no.
But you're here today in your retirement, correct?
That's correct.
You've been brought back here.
Subpoenaed by you and the
That's
prosecutor.
true. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. So with all the work that you did, Detective Goodman did, I believe it's Detective Strandberg, I'm trying to keep everybody straight. No charges were brought.
Not up until the point I left the police department, no.
No charges were brought against Nichole.
No.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirect
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Just going to go back over a few things. That runner from the scene, that person was identified?
Yes,
How was that person identified again?
he came in. He came to the police department, I think, with his wife and said, I've seen this. I've been thinking about it. I assume he saw it in the media. Maybe he told us that. I don't recall. And he said, I think that was me because I was running there at that time and I meet the description.
And was there any reason to doubt him?
The general description, I should say.
Was there any reason to doubt him?
No.
Okay. And you are aware of the reenactment video with Detectives Goodman and Thompson trying to go in and out?
You were talking about the window, yes.
Yes. Have you seen that video?
I have.
When you're watching that, did it look like it was easy to get in and out?
No, it's hard to get in and out of the window.
Okay. Now, a moment ago on cross-examination, you used the phrase "at the time," and then you were kind of cut off. What did you mean when you were talking about "at the time"?
I don't remember what it was in reference to.
It was in reference to the knowledge that you had as far as suspects.
Well, I'm still not sure. But if you're talking about Devon Hall, it was...
It was about the. Let me back up. It was about the curtain rod and the curtain. You said that at the time it made sense that it would have been gone out. What did you mean by that?
Well, you only got out of a window or you left a door. There was no other way to exit the building. And if the curtain rod was truly outside, as I was told it had been, I didn't see it outside, then to me it was reasonable to assume that someone could have left through that window and dragged that curtain rod with them as they left.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sand was asking you about the fact that we met a couple nights ago. You're retired. Is that accurate?
Yep.
Where do you spend your winters?
Arizona.
Probably a little nicer in Arizona than it is when it's 30 below in Minot.
It was when I left on March 10th.
Okay. So were you in Minot over the last few months to sit down and prepare for the case?
No, we left December 16th, I think.
So that was pretty much the first time in the last few months to sit down face to face and see those things.
The only time I've sat down face to face with you guys.
Okay. Now, you mentioned on cross-examination that what the FBI had to say.
Correct.
What information did the FBI have?
They had the initial information that we had about Devon Hall, that he was in an apartment, he was chased, he was a juvenile, he was a Native American male, he was arrested. That was all. The FBI was there to try and help us any way they could after a lot of discussion, because the FBI doesn't become involved in local murder cases typically. So we sent them this packet of information, and I can't tell you as I sit here exactly what was in there. And they reached the conclusion that of the information that we sent them, Devon Hall was the most likely suspect. And I would have to say, based on the information we sent them, I would have concluded the same thing.
But sitting here today, you have a different conclusion.
Yeah, because I have additional knowledge. They didn't sit across the table from him in an interview. I don't believe they saw the video of him later. I have information they didn't have.
Okay. And with that extra information that was unavailable to the FBI at the time, you have a different conclusion.
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was testimony about a break-in that Devon Hall had done on Sioux Street.
Correct.
You know where Sioux Street is in Minot?
I definitely do.
Okay. We've got a map up here. Permission for the witness to come down for demonstrative, Your Honor?
Yeah, as long as you give him a mic. Yes.
Yep. We'll share this one.
Make sure you share it then. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I don't think Colette trusts you.
Testing.
Now, Detective Barnard, this is 2B. This is more of a blow up of the, what section of Minot is this?
Well, this would be North Broadway. The airport's here on my right. This is Burdick Expressway. The fairgrounds would be to the east. So the northern part of Minot.
Is Sioux Street on this map?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, I've had a sticky note here where I wrote Devon Hall on it. You see that?
I do.
Can you use that to point out where Sioux Street is on this map?
Your Honor, may I go up there and take a look at what they're doing?
Yes, you may.
So that's where Sioux Street is?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that a fair ways away from where the murder took place, Anita?
Other side of town, or southeast, yes.
Okay. Different quadrant of the city entirely.
Yes.
I just wrote Devon Hall on that.
Can he take a seat?
Yes. You can go back to this. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sand, do you have any recross?
Just briefly, because we brought up interviewing Nichole on redirect. Every time you called Nichole, did she come in and talk to you?
Your Honor, I didn't bring up on redirect any interview with the defendant.
That's correct, Mr. Sand.
I beg to differ, Your Honor.
Well, my notes say that he did not bring up Nichole on the redirect. So I'm in agreement with the state for
Okay.
that.
I guess I have one other question. It's an evidentiary issue we can talk about after, Your Honor.
Then you can ask that question.
The additions of the arrows with Devon Hall's name, are those going to be part of evidence, or the additions that have been put onto the map?
I'm unsure what you're talking about, Mr. Sand.
Maybe we could talk.
You're saying that the sticky has an arrow on it
Yes, with
with the name Devon Hall on it?
yes, yep.
My understanding is that was the sticky that Mr. Nelson gave the officer to place where Devon Hall was found
Yes, sir.
in the apartment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have a question about that?
I'm just wondering if it's part of evidence now.
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't offered and introduced, and that's the only reason I have an issue with it, Your Honor.
The state would offer that as evidence, Your Honor. It was a demonstrative.
All right, Mr. Sand, do you
Well,
object?
I object. It was an addition to this, Your Honor, and it wasn't presented properly, so I'm going to ask that it not be allowed in.
All right, I agree with you. Do you object to that offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Over your objection, Mr.
Okay.
Sand, the court will allow for that sticky to be part of that exhibit on 2B, which is the blow-up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have another question?
Nope, that's it, Your Honor.
All right. Is Officer Barnard here by subpoena?
He is, Your Honor. He can be excused from the state subpoena.
Mr. Sand?
We do have him under subpoena, but we're in contact with him as well, Your Honor. So.
All right. All right, you're excused from the state subpoena, but not the defense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whatever you have needs to stay. Thank you.
Oh,
That's not
just leave
yours.
those up there, Detective Bernard.
Thank you. I just didn't want to make sure it didn't walk away. Thank you very much. All right, the time is 3 minutes before 10. Any objections if we take a short break?
No objection, Your Honor.
Sam?
No, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, it's a couple minutes before 10. We'll be in recess till 10:15. Once again, I'll read you my admonition. Please do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter. Direct any questions or discuss any problems that you may have with the bailiffs. Do not read about, listen to, or view news accounts of this trial. Until you retire to deliberate your verdict, please do not discuss the case. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you. And do not use the internet or other electronic technology in any attempt to learn information about this case or communicate with your family, friends, or anyone else about this case. Please do not form nor express any of your opinions about this case until I've given it to you for your deliberations. Once again, I hope to repeat this instruction at each recess. If I fail to do so, it still applies to you throughout the trial. We'll be in recess until 10:15. jury is no longer present. Ms. Sorgan, anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess till 10:15. Thank you. All right, go back on. All right, we're back on the record. The time is 19 minutes after 10. The jury is not present. Parties are present. Anything before I bring the jury in? Ms. Sorgan?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
No, Your Honor.
Please bring the jury in. Very much. Please have a seat. Ms. Sorgan, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State waives roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you waive roll call of the jury?
We do, Your Honor.
All right, then, Mr. Nelson, Ms. Sorgan, do you wish to call your next witness?
State calls Dale Maesner.
Make sure I'll have you come up here. She will swear you an oath first, please.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. And have a seat over here, please, sir. Once you're situated, just make sure the mic's kind of aimed at your chin, and then make sure the light is on. Okay, you may go ahead, Ms. Sorgan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Dale Maesner, Mainxner.
Are you currently employed?
I am not. I'm retired.
Okay. When did you retire?
I retired from the State Bureau of Criminal Investigation in June of 2016.
Now, you said you retired from the State Bureau of Criminal Investigation. What is that?
The State Bureau of Criminal Investigation is an agency under the North Dakota Attorney General's office, and our main duties are assisting local agencies in whatever investigations they may run into.
Are you an agency of origin?
Excuse me?
Are you the first agency on the scene for investigations?
Normally, the local agencies are the first individuals on the scene, and they in turn determine if they're going to need additional assistance, at which point they would contact our office.
Okay. At the time that you retired in June of 2016, how many BCI agents were there throughout the state? If you know.
I would say approximately 30.
And that's for the entire state of North Dakota?
That's correct.
Okay. How are your assignments divvied up in BCI?
Each agent has a supervisory agent that, for each area, I'm sorry. I worked out of Minot, so I was mainly responsible for the northwest corner of the state, even though I did work over the remainder of the state at times. We had some agents that worked mainly drug investigations, and then we had some like myself that mainly worked investigations other than drugs.
Okay. What kind of investigations did you typically handle?
I typically handled anywhere from burglary, business burglaries, to sexual assaults, to child abuse, to homicides, to suspicious deaths that turned out to be suicides, anything along that line.
How long had you been with BCI before you retired?
I had been with the Attorney General's office for 37 years.
Okay. Now, you didn't necessarily state that you were with BCI that whole 37 years. Can you explain why that was?
When I was first hired by the Attorney General's office, which was in 1979, a new unit had just been started, which was called the Drug Enforcement Unit. I was one of the first 7 agents that were hired to staff that unit. After that, I spent 5 years on the Drug Enforcement Unit, approximately 10 years on the Drug Enforcement Unit before we were combined with the State Bureau of Criminal Investigation, so we became one unit. Both of us had been under the Attorney General's office, but they felt it was better to combine the two of us, so we all were one unit at that time.
Okay. And approximately when did that combination happen?
I want to say at the end of the 1980s, probably 1988, 1989.
Okay. Had you worked anywhere in law enforcement before you joined under the Attorney General's office?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
I started my law enforcement career here in Grand Forks. I was hired by the Grand Forks Police Department in 1974, and while on the police department, the first two and a half years I spent in uniform. Then I was transferred over to the investigative division and worked mainly drug work. And then for the last year, I was promoted to sergeant, went back to uniform.
Okay. So we've heard some about your experience. Can you tell us about your education and training?
I graduated from the University of North Dakota in 1974 with a degree in business and public administration, dealing mainly with police administration. While employed in law enforcement, I compiled approximately 3,500, 3,600 hours of specialized training.
Okay. And what was that specialized training in?
The initial training, of course, was the basic training that all law enforcement goes through. Following that, there was training in photography, firearms, of course. Once I started with the Attorney General's office, I got further training in homicide investigations, arson investigations, sexual assault investigations, again, more photography, a lot of training in interviewing. I attended the DEA National Academy, the FBI National Academy, and an arson academy.
During the course of your career, approximately how many homicide investigations have you participated in?
I would guess somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 homicide investigations, give or take, that I had some part in. That may have not been the actual investigation. It may have been crime scene processing, reviewing investigations, things along that line. But I feel that somewhere in the neighborhood of 50.
Okay. Do you recall assisting the Minot Police Department with the murder of Anita Knutson?
I do.
Okay. And are you aware of how Minot PD reached out to BCI?
I believe they had contacted the BCI office, and during that first week of the investigation, I was not present. I was on leave and on the eastern part of the state, but there were, I believe, 2 or 3 other BCI agents that assisted during that week.
And do you recall who those BCI agents were?
Mike Marcus would have been one of them, and other than that, I wouldn't know.
When did you become involved with the investigation?
I became involved in the following week, the following Monday, which I believe would have been like the 10th or 11th of June.
And what was your involvement?
At that time, the police department requested that I conduct follow-up interviews with some of the individuals that they had initially interviewed.
And do you recall who they asked you to do follow-up interviews for?
One of them was Jose Rodriguez, another was a Michael Van, and then Nichole Thomas at the time.
And did you conduct those interviews?
I did.
Commissioner Prochotter?
You may.
Agent Maesner, I'm just going to ask you to hold on to that for a second because I'm going to back up a second here. You conducted those follow-up interviews in June of 2007. Did you have any subsequent involvement with this case after that?
Yes, I conducted a number of interviews in this investigation up through approximately 2010, 2011.
Okay. And specifically drawing your attention to May 6, 2010, did you conduct another interview?
Yes.
And who was that of?
That was of Nichole Thomas.
I'm going to direct your attention to what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19 for identification, 30-page document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this was shown to me before.
Okay. And what is that document?
This is a transcript of the interview that I conducted on May 6th of 2010 of Nichole Thomas.
Okay. And your interviews, when you did these, were recorded, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And for the purpose of being transcribed later?
Yes, if need be. They weren't all transcribed, but if they needed to be transcribed, they were.
Okay. And I think we've indicated this was a 30-page transcript, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you expect to remember all 30 pages of what you talked about with somebody if it wasn't transcribed?
No, I would not.
Okay. And you've reviewed this. If you also reviewed the audio recording that transcript was made from?
I have.
Okay. And this is true and accurate, is that correct?
You told me it was, so I haven't been able to compare it to the transcript.
Okay.
Or to the recording.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that it's not?
I do not.
Okay. State moves to introduce Exhibit 19.
Mr. Sand.
Your Honor, I'm going to maintain my last objection from the last transcripts. It'll be the same as the best evidence rule. I assume the court will have the same ruling, but I want to put it on the record that I do object, and I believe Mr. Maesner's here, and the best evidence will be his testimony.
The court will receive Plaintiff's Exhibit 19 over your objection.
Thank you. And Agent Maesner, as you indicated, you wouldn't be expected to remember that. Is that correct?
No, especially after this amount of time.
Okay. How long ago was that interview?
Well, that was 15 years ago.
Okay. And you've since retired. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you retired, had all of your cases closed?
Yes, I believe they have. I believe this is my only open case, at least open homicide that I was involved in.
What would you expect other officers to do with open cases when you retire?
Well, they become, especially with homicides, they become what's known as cold cases. And as in the past I had been responsible for investigating other cold cases, I would think that someone would continue investigating this case in the future until it's resolved.
I have no more questions for Agent Maesner.
Mr. Sand?
Just a couple of brief ones, Your Honor.
All right.
Agent Maesner, did you have a chance to review your reports before you came in today?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true that on April 14th, 2009, there was a conference call that you were on with the FBI?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the result of that was that call was that the FBI felt that there needed to be more research done into the subjects from Wolf Point because of the knife?
I recall that in my report. That's what it said.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Sorgan?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Agent Maesner, that meeting conference call occurred October 14th, 2009. Is that right?
I believe that's when it occurred.
Okay. And so the information that was conveyed to the FBI would have been current through what date?
Up until that point when we spoke with them.
So if information came after that date, the FBI wouldn't have been privy to it. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge, unless someone else notified them.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Sand, anything else?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Ms. Sorgan, is this witness under subpoena?
He is.
Is he excused from that subpoena?
He's excused from the state subpoena.
Mr. Sand?
Yeah, I believe we have under subpoena and we're in contact with Mr.
All right.
Maesner,
You're
so-
not excused from their subpoena then. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness, Ms. Sorgan?
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Dr. Mary Ann Sens. You can just leave that right there, Dale. Thank you.
Dr. Sand, I'll have you come right up here, ma'am. She's going to swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And then we'll have you come over here, ma'am. Once you get situated, just try to adjust the mic so it's kind of aimed at your chin, and then make sure the little light is on the bottom there.
Yes, it seems to be.
All right, you may proceed, Ms. Sorgan.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Mary Ann Sens, S-E-N-S.
What is your occupation?
I am chair of I'm a pathologist. I'm chair of pathology, the University of North Dakota, and coroner of Grand Forks County, and a forensic pathologist serving the state of North Dakota.
How long have you held that position? Or those positions, rather?
I came to North Dakota in 2002.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? Sorry, that's my microphone.
You may.
Dr. Sens, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification, State's Exhibit 20. 24-page document and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, this is my curriculum vitae that I had provided you.
Okay. What is a curriculum vitae?
It's a professional summary of your training and your accomplishments, publications, grants, projects that you've managed throughout your professional career.
Positions that you've held?
Yes.
Okay. Education?
Education, absolutely.
All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes, it is.
State moves to introduce Exhibit 20.
Mr. Sand, any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 20 is received without objection.
Dr. Sens, can you briefly sum up your curriculum vitae for the jury, specifically as it pertains to your training and experience and education?
Yes, happy to. I graduated from Eastern Michigan University with degrees in biology and chemistry, and then got a PhD at the University of South Carolina. Following that, did a postdoc there up in Boston at Harvard, and then I came back to South Carolina and got an MD degree at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston. I stayed in Charleston for my training in anatomic and forensic pathology. After that was finished and I had passed board exams and licensure, I stayed on the faculty at the University of South Carolina, or the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston for a few years, leaving in 1994 to briefly go up to West Virginia to chair their department there, and was recruited to North Dakota in 2002 to chair the department here in Grand Forks.
Thank you. Now, the fact that you are part of the faculty at UND, does that mean that you teach?
Yes, I teach the medical students and graduate students. We have some undergraduates, and I do some online education.
Okay. Have you ever had to testify in court previously?
Yes, many times.
In the state of North Dakota?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I've testified always as a forensic pathologist, usually regarding some of the cases that I've personally performed, and occasionally as an expert witness for a case I didn't do but have an opinion on.
Okay. And have you been qualified as an expert witness in the courts of the state of North Dakota previously?
Every time, yes, thank you.
And approximately how many times is that?
In North Dakota, perhaps 15 to 20. Fortunately, we're not a very high crime state, which I like.
I can understand that. And what area are you qualified as an expert in?
In forensic and anatomic pathology.
Your Honor, at this time, the state asks that Dr. Sens be designated and qualified as an expert in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Any objections, Mr. Sand?
No objection, sir.
She is so qualified and accepted.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Sens, can you please tell us what the procedure would have been with the North Dakota Forensic Examiner's Office for receipt of a body for autopsy in 2007?
I was, at the time, the temporary forensic examiner for the state, and a coroner would call the office and to say that they had a case, and then the case would generally be brought to Bismarck. Occasionally it was brought to Grand Forks. In this case, it was brought to Bismarck.
Okay. Now, when you say this case, do you mean the death of Anita Knutson?
Yes.
Okay. And you're the individual who performed that autopsy, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you please tell us about the protocol that you followed with regards to that autopsy?
Yeah, the same as we do for all autopsies. We first get a history from the coroner, from law enforcement, the applicable people that might know information of what happened, um, what the last time the person was seen, things like that. We also try to get medical history. I can't remember in this case whether we got any or not prior to the autopsy, but she was a very young woman also, so it wouldn't have been quite as important as if a person had known medical diseases.
Why is it important for you to obtain that information?
Because we have to look for unusual things at autopsy. For instance, if there'd been a heart pacemaker, we would have to know that. If there had been some other surgery, a transplantation, if the person was diabetic, they might have certain findings. And conversely, if we see something, even if the cause of death is unrelated, say if the cause of death is a stab wound or a gunshot wound or a traffic fatality, occasionally we do find people with undiagnosed medical conditions that are important for their family to know. And so we try to get a good medical history so that we know that.
Then what do you do?
We proceed with an external examination, which is basically documenting the clothing the person might have had on, documenting any injuries, collecting any evidence if there was any hair. In the case of a homicide, we would very often try to get fingernail scrapings or other evidence depending on what is there on the body. We then take some photographs of the body, and following that, we proceed with an internal examination, looking at each organ, documenting any trauma to the body, the extent of the trauma, assessing the cause of death, seeing if there's any contributing factors to that death, and then finish and write the autopsy report. Collect toxicology samples, also blood, urine, vitreous, which is fluid from the eye, to look for drugs, alcohol, and other toxicology specimens.
Okay, Dr. Sens, you said that during the process that you document. How do you do that?
We generally I take notes. We take a lot of photographs. We have sketches that we can fill in, and we dictate immediately after the autopsy, sometimes during the autopsy, our findings, and those are recorded.
Okay. And how are these recorded?
I personally work, I enter them myself on a computer. I find that easier than doing dictating and transcription, particularly since I was at the time going between Grand Forks and Bismarck. So I had a little laptop with me, and I entered the stuff myself.
Okay. And when you're done, do you create a report?
Absolutely.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And I'm going to be utilizing the well a lot with this witness. So.
All right.
Dr. Sens, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23 for identification, 9-page document, and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, this is the autopsy report that I prepared along with the report of death, which is a supplemental report stating that the person died.
Okay. And when you completed that report, what did you do with it?
It remained with the Bismarck Medical Examiner's office.
Going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 22A through 22W inclusive, and ask you if you recognize these.
Yes, these are all copies of photographs that were taken at the autopsy.
You were present when those photographs were taken?
Yes,
And are they true and accurate representations of the photographs that were taken?
yes.
State moves to introduce Exhibits 22A through 22W inclusive.
Mr. Sand, the
No
objection.
objection, Your Honor.
States Exhibits 22A through 22W are received. This is 23 photographs without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, you can just set those down there, Dr. Sens. Okay. And lastly, we'll just work with this last exhibit here real quick before I go sit down. Showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 21. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That is a anatomic diagram, a schematic diagram of a adult female. I created this for you. Actually, I didn't create the drawing, but on the drawing are the location of the 2 stab wounds I found at the autopsy. I created this this year at your request when we were reviewing the case.
Okay. So to be clear, it's basically a little outline of a person.
Yes.
Right? And that's a standard form, is that right?
That's a standard form, yes.
However, there's some markings on the document, is that right?
That's correct.
And you created that?
I
is that right?
created that
All right.
at that time.
And is this true and accurate as to what you created based upon the case information in this matter?
Yes, it is.
State moves to introduce Exhibit 21.
Mr. Sand.
No objection.
States Exhibit 21 is again received without objection.
Now, Dr. Sens, you had indicated on your statements just recently that you prepare a report of autopsy that comes up with your conclusions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Dr. Sens, could you please explain to us what you mean when you say cause of death?
Yeah, when we say the cause of death, that is basically the disease or the process that led to a cessation of life, what caused the person to die. There can be a lot of things wrong with us. We could have diabetes, we could have heart disease, but what we die of is the cause of death, and that may be that disease, or it may be trauma, such as a gunshot wound or a stab wound. But whatever is the process, the ultimate process leading to death is the cause of death.
And how do you go about determining cause of death?
We do the autopsy. That's why we review the medical records. That's why we do the details that we have. That's why the path residency is 4 years long to study disease, and why the forensic pathology fellowship is a year long, so that we assess the cause of death.
And is cause of death different than manner of death?
Yes, it is.
Could you please explain to the jury what manner of death is?
Yes, manner of death in this country is a public health assessment, and it's to classify each death the best we can into 5 categories. Natural death, where the death was caused by a disease or a process. Suicide, where a person takes their own life. Accident, where there is a force that cannot be controlled or is not controlled, that sets in a chain of events to take the person's life. Homicide, where the death is as a result of the action of another person. And then undetermined, when we cannot tell. This is a public health, strictly public health determination. It is not legal at all. There's a totally different process, and we're going through part of that process today to determine whatever legal charges, ramifications should be present. Manner of death is a public health classification that I make, that doctors make themselves. We don't have a jury. It's our best estimate as to why the death occurred. Was it caused by another person? Was it caused by an accident? Was it caused by disease? Was it caused by yourself? Or we don't know.
So Dr. Sens, before I get into the specifics of this particular case, I want to ask you to explain a few more items to the jury.
Okay.
Could you please explain what livor mortis or lividity is?
Yes, livor mortis, lividity is basically the settling of the blood. When we die, our heart stops pumping, and the blood that's there by gravity settles to the lowest position. That causes the blood to accumulate in the lower areas of the body that are not, doesn't have any pressure points from anything. And it also, because it's not being oxygenated, it tends to be darker. So it's areas of darker areas where the blood is settled, still within the vasculature, but it reflects that the heart isn't pumping anymore, and with gravity it settles.
Okay. So to a lay person, what would that look like?
A darkening of the skin in the areas that are lower, with a very sharp lightening of the skin, say if a person is laying on their back, where their buttocks or where their shoulders may be touching the ground, that'd be light. In areas away from that, it would be much darker.
And how long does that last, that lividity or livor mortis?
It starts to occur right at death. You can usually start to see it in 2 to 3 hours. In most people, it tends to maximize and become very fixed at about 8 hours, and then it goes away, or it doesn't go away, but we start losing the perception of it as decomposition starts to occur and other changes supersede it. That generally starts, we say, at about 48 hours. However, if a person's in a cool environment without a lot of sun, it may be a bit longer. If it's warm and hot and the person's out in direct sun, decomposition may start in 8 to 10 hours. So lividity really, you lose, it's still there, but you lose the perception of it once decomposition sets in.
Now, most of us have seen TV and movies, CSI shows where they set the exact time of death in the autopsy. Does that ever happen?
No. This isn't Perry Mason either. No one is going to get up and, explain exactly what happened. That's just for television.
And why is that not possible?
These are very complex situations, and you have to look at all the different facts and come up with a range. And that range is just that. It's a range.
Do you have to look to outside information?
Absolutely.
Okay. Will you ever be able to determine time of death based on autopsy alone?
Only when there's a pacemaker that stops, and I query the pacemaker.
Okay.
And that's really not from the autopsy.
That's true. Okay. Dr. Sens, what is a hesitation mark?
A hesitation mark is something we call a sharp force injury, and they're very common as a person is injuring themselves it hurts. And so as they start to cut their skin, either to kill themselves or some people just like cutting their skin, sometimes it goes a little bit deeper and then the pressure is released and then goes a little bit deeper. It's an irregular indentation in the skin and also an irregular, you stop and you start, reflective of hesitation, hence the word hesitation. That may be a person's decision not to cut themselves, or it may reflect pain, or it may reflect any other mental things they're thinking about, but their hesitation leads to an irregular, usually superficial, incised wounds or wounds from a sharp object.
Have you ever encountered hesitation marks in a case that you have ruled a homicide?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain those?
Sometimes people are actually cutting themselves. Sometimes a person is committing the homicide and they, may have second thoughts. The person may move. Any number of reasons why it isn't a, so to speak, direct incised or direct stab wound with a sharp object.
And at this time, Dr. Sens, I'm going to come up and work with you with some of the exhibits, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'm sorry for hovering, but we have to share. All right. Now, on State's Exhibit 21, being the anatomical diagram, can you please describe where you put the markings on that diagram?
Yes, I put two markings on the diagram. I labeled them A and B. They are on the upper chest above. One is more toward the center, and one is more toward the right side of the body.
Okay. Why did you label these A and B?
We have to keep track of the wounds, and I have no way. In this case, I have no way to know which wound was inflicted first. In fact, it's very uncommon that we are able to tell which wound was inflicted first. And so we generally will label them either A, B, C, starting from the top of the head going down. Some people use 1, 2, 3. Again, with the emphasis that these are, I just assign them to keep track of them during the autopsy. It doesn't imply that A was first or B was second.
Okay. So these notations correspond to a wound?
Yes.
Okay. And is that notated in your report as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Permission to publish 21 to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
And Dr. Sens, we have a number of photographs here. I'm going to have you explain a few of these in particular.
Okay,
Now, some of these you picked out and some of these I picked out. Is that correct?
that's correct.
I'm going to specifically get to some of the pictures that I picked out because I'm impatient. Okay, specifically drawing your attention to exhibits 22U, 22V, and 22W.
Yes.
Can you please describe 22U?
22U is a photograph of the decedent demonstrating her backside. She is laying.
No, go ahead.
She is laying on the autopsy table, and an assistant is holding her in that position.
Okay. 22V?
22V is a portion of the front from about the waist down to her feet.
Okay. And how about 22W?
22W is a picture from her head down through her upper thighs, overlapping a bit to get the full body.
Okay. What can we learn from looking at those photographs?
We can see the stab wounds to her chest. We can also see that there is a partial lividity pattern on the front of her and on the front of her face.
Okay. And what does this indicate to you about the position of her body at the time of her death?
For a period of time after her death, she was actually on her stomach for a while.
Laying face down.
Laying face down.
Okay. Going to show you, we'll work with working now with 22N through 22T. These are photographs of what?
22N is of her hands. In fact, most of these are of various views of her hands.
Okay. And why was it important to photograph her hands?
It's important to see if there's any what we call defensive injuries to the hands, if there's any trace material. In this case, I could visually see a hair, and we photographed that. And to see if there's, torn nails, things of that nature.
Okay. And can you tell us about defensive wounds, what you mean by that?
Yeah, defensive wounds are wounds that, from the location, appear to be as the person may be defending themselves. For instance, a wound on the inside of the hand may be inflicted as someone is holding their hands up. It's our estimate. It doesn't mean that it really happened that way, but it is based on experience and training and an assessment of whether or not the person was responding in a defensive way to the injuries that were occurring.
Because it's human instinct to try to protect yourself, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you find any indication of any defensive wounds on Anita's hands?
No, there was a great deal of blood, but we couldn't really identify anything. As I said, there was a hair. We photographed the hands. There wasn't anything that we could definitively say was from that.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you a couple more pictures that I picked out.
Can I ask which pictures you just showed her?
These were 22N through T.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Showing you 22L and 22M. What do these show?
These are a picture of the frenulum, the inside of the inside of her cheek or lips, excuse me. And we've got a little string of tissue there called the frenulum. The reason we take that is that if a person is suffocated, have hands over their face, and they're struggling, very often that is torn. And we demonstrate that in this case, there wasn't any tearing, nor was there any oral injuries. We also look very carefully at the inside of the mouth. We generally can't get a good picture of that, but we look for it and document that whether or not there's any oral trauma. Occasionally people are missing teeth and things like that, so it's a good assessment of whether there was trauma inside the mouth.
Okay. Now, Dr. Sens, I'm now going to show you 22A through G. What are those images of?
Those are photographs of the 2 stab wounds that were present, both as they appeared on the body, and then because our skin stretches and our body stretches a bit, how a wound, a stab wound looks on the body is very different than how it may have been inflicted, and so we try to adjust the skin a little bit to get a better picture of how the wound actually occurred on the body.
Okay, and is that what you're doing in picture? I can find the one where you're doing that.
Yes, picture F, and to some extent picture E.
Okay, and you're basically just manipulating the wound a little bit so that you can see.
So that it was back to where it was when it occurred, because the skin stretches, and it would be misinterpreted if it was a big gapping hole. It's not, it's a slit.
Okay. Now, in these photographs, we are also seeing a ruler or a scale, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you
And a
tell us-
case number.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's important for keeping track of everything, isn't that right?
Yes, it is.
Can you please tell us what the dimensions of these wounds were?
Yes, these wounds, and I measured them, and they're in my report, but they're in the about an inch in length and less than an eighth of an inch in width.
Okay. And we're also looking at 22G, correct?
Correct.
And that depicts what?
Those are 2 stab wounds. That shows her chest, and it shows both stab wounds present. The other images are close-ups of individual wounds. And I also should say, to give you some history, if you look at these are reddish. We take them at that time. The medical examiner was only using Kodachrome slides, 35 millimeter slides. Those were then scanned at a later point. I was taking some digital photographs, but any photograph, and any time you go through a scanning process, stuff always looks redder than it truly is. And so I wanted to preface, if you are looking at those, they're different than you would expect for a Christmas photograph, obviously.
Understandable.
A normal family photograph.
Okay. Are you able to determine from 22G the distance between the 2 wounds?
Yes, the distance is approximately 3.5 inches.
Okay. Now you picked out these photographs, 22H, I, J, and K, and I'm going to ask you to explain to the jury why you picked those.
Yes, the 22H is a picture of her chest plate. We remove the chest plate, the ribs, during autopsy, and this is a picture of that, of the inside of that. It's actually photographed upside down, but it shows the 2 stab wounds that are present on the inside, to show that they went through the ribs and into the chest. photograph number 22I is the inside, and it shows where one of the stab wounds hit the heart and caused a larger wound. Obviously, a knife can move. The person using the knife can move, and the victim can move, both independently and combined. The internal wounds are often larger than what's on the outside.
Now, Dr. Sens, you said went through the ribs. Did this stab wound go through bone?
This one stab wound just went through the soft tissue between the ribs. The one that was closest actually went through part of the soft part of the rib that's cartilage, so it's not bone.
Okay. Can you explain that a little bit more, what the soft part of a bone?
Yeah, our bones, especially our ribs when we're young, are connected, have cartilage at the end, and they have cartilage where they connect to other bones. And it's a little bit easier to cut through at that point because you're not cutting through calcified bone.
Okay. And cartilage is kind of the same stuff that we have in our nose and our earlobes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to determine with a reasonable degree of medical certainty how much force was necessary to cause those stab wounds?
These would not take a terrible amount of force. You are going through basically muscle, a little bit of cartilage, and then the heart is muscle. That is very easy to cut through. And the stab wound also went through the rib or through the lung, and that's very easy to cut through. It's mostly just air and some elastic tissue.
Dr. Sens, what was Anita Knutson's cause of death?
She died from exsanguination, or she bled to death from stab wounds, one of which severed her heart, cut her heart open, and the blood ran out of her heart.
What does it mean if a wound is immediately fatal?
I hate the word immediate. I can give you some ranges. A wound that would, say, be the fastest to kill you would be one, say, that cut your brain in two. And we know that happens rarely with, say, an internal stroke or something in the midbrain in the pons. If you have a injury, say a shotgun blast or a large ballistic injury to the head, that's very quickly or close to immediately fatal within a matter of seconds. Exsanguination or bleeding can occur in different time frames. This was very, very quick. She lost a lot of blood from her heart. Within seconds to minutes, she likely lost conscious within a minute or so from the one stab wound. And I wouldn't call that immediate, but it's within a minute or two with the loss of consciousness in a shorter period of time.
Okay. Were these wounds survivable?
The one wound was likely survivable. The one wound went through her lung, and it caused a lot of damage, and it caused some hemorrhage. But had she gotten medical care promptly, it was likely survivable. The other wound was not. The other wound, as I said, she bled out very, very quickly. It cut a part of the heart that is very thin. The blood would have, there was no way to stop the blood from that, and she would have lost consciousness within seconds to a minute and died shortly thereafter.
Dr. Sens, were you able to determine what kind of knife caused these wounds?
It was likely a single blade weapon, but there's a very broad range. We really can't identify this came from this gun. I can't do that.
Okay. Why do you say it was likely a single blade?
I say it was likely because when we looked at it and we opposed the edges, it appeared that one edge was sharper than the other, saying that it was a single-edged blade as opposed to a double-edged blade. And certainly a single edge is much more common. But again, that is my opinion. It's an estimate, and it's going on a pattern in the skin.
Are you able to determine what the length or width of a knife based on a wound?
No, we can't.
And why is that?
Because stabbing is dynamic. As I said before, a person can have a stab wound and the knife can move, the knife can wiggle, the knife can move even if the person doing the stabbing stays still. The person that's a victim can move, and that will increase the diameter of the knife. I know that in crime novels and in TV, they can measure it, but we really can't. They use plaster of Paris and they pour it down and get a model of the knife, and you can't do that. Realistically, stab wounds, we can say where they are. I have seen stab wounds with a little tiny pocket knife that left a 10-inch opening in the skin. So we just can't tell. It's too dynamic.
Dr. Sens, your role throughout this entire investigation was the performance and documentation of the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In order to determine cause and manner of death.
Yes.
Is it your job to determine who caused that death?
No, not at all. Okay. I can't.
Okay.
I'm here, I explain, I'm an advocate for the deceased person. She was my patient, and I examined her and to the best of my medical ability, figured out why she died.
Now, you explained to us what the cause of death was. What was your public health determination as to the manner of Anita's death?
Homicide.
And why did you reach that conclusion?
The stab wounds themselves were incompatible with someone stabbing themselves and then flipping over and bleeding out the way they did. It would be highly unusual.
And you ruled out the other potential manners of death as well?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Sens. I have no more questions.
Is there anything with the autopsy that we're going to do or not?
I believe I introduced all the exhibits, Your Honor.
You might have introduced them, but you didn't.
Oh, I'm so
offer
sorry.
them.
Yes, I believe I did, Your Honor. The autopsy report was received without objection. If it's not, I'm offering 23, which is the report of death and autopsy report.
Mr. Sand? Do you have any objections?
No, sir.
Exhibit 23 is received without objection.
And if I didn't previously offer them, Your Honor, I also...
You did the others.
I did the others. Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. Then I have no further questions.
All right. Mr.
Thank you, Your
Sand,
Honor.
do you have any cross-examination?
No questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Is the doctor here by subpoena, Ms. Sorgan?
She is, Your Honor, and she may be released.
All right. Mr. Sand, any objections?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, doctor. You may come and go as you please.
Thank you very much.
Next witness, Ms. Sorgan.
I'll be handling the next one, Your Honor. The state calls Emmy Gebhardt.
Ms. Gebhardt, if you'll come up here, she's going to swear you an oath, please.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I'll have you take a seat over here, ma'am. Watch your steps over there. Once you're situated, try to have the microphone aim at your chin and then make sure the light is on the bottom there. All right. Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Amy Gebhardt,
And could you spell your last name for us, please?
Gebhardt.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a forensic scientist at the North Dakota State Crime Laboratory.
What does that mean exactly?
It means that I analyze evidence for the presence of biological substances on items of evidence. I prepare reports of my findings and provide testimony as necessary to those results.
And how long have you been with the North Dakota Crime Laboratory Division?
A little over 27 years.
Okay. So going back to about 97 or so?
Yes.
Okay. You could describe the nature of your work.
I am an analyst in the DNA unit, and so I analyze evidence for the presence of biological material on those items of evidence and prepare reports of my findings and testify.
If you could describe for us your training and education.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in medical technology from Minot State University. When I was hired at the crime lab, I was hired as a drug analyst because the DNA section didn't exist at that time. When part of my training and education includes assisting in performing the validation studies and writing the policies and procedures used to start the DNA section. Under the supervision and training of my then supervisor, I successfully completed a competency exam and became a qualified DNA analyst in December of 2001.
Have you previously testified regarding DNA analysis?
Yes.
How many times, have you previously been qualified as an expert in DNA analysis?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
I've testified 51 times, and I was qualified as an expert 26 of those times.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, I've handed you an exhibit. What is that exhibit number?
24.
Okay, and that's a 4-page exhibit?
Yes.
What is that exhibit?
This is my curriculum vitae or resume.
Does it reflect your educational and employment history?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the state offers exhibit 24.
Mr. Sand?
No objection.
Thanks. Exhibit 24 is received without objection.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer forensic scientist Amy Gebhardt as an expert in the field of DNA analysis.
Mr. Sand?
No objection.
Court finds that Ms. Gebhardt is an expert in the field of DNA analysis and is so accepted.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the hereditary material that carries information about how an organism will look and function.
And what is a profile?
A profile is basically a visual representation of a person's unique pattern of DNA.
And why is that important in forensic testing?
It's important because it allows us to uniquely identify unrelated individuals in the population.
Now, are controls used in the testing process?
Yes, they are.
What is a control?
A control is a sample that is run alongside the evidence samples that has a known and expected result.
And why are those important?
Controls are important because they ensure the accuracy and validity of the results of the question samples that have been analyzed along with those controls.
And what if those controls don't work properly?
If the controls don't work properly, the results from the evidence can't necessarily be trusted, and then the lab has the responsibility, or the analyst has the responsibility, to begin investigating what possibly could have happened, at what step, why, and how to fix that.
Is there anything about the testing process that can change the DNA type in a sample?
No.
What is a quality assurance?
Quality assurance is a program conducted by the laboratory to ensure the accuracy and reliability of the tests that the lab performs.
Are quality assurance programs in effect in your lab?
Yes, they are.
When the lab receives cases for DNA testing, what steps are taken to ensure the integrity of the evidence?
When evidence is received at the laboratory, it is assigned a unique identifying number, and it is subjected to chain of custody and secure storage.
And what is chain of custody?
Chain of custody is a process that documents the physical movement and handling of the evidence while it is at the laboratory. It provides tracking of where the evidence is stored and who has it and at what times they have custody of the evidence.
How do you make sure that a proper chain of custody is maintained?
The chain of custody is maintained by, we use a laboratory information management system, and the evidence receives barcodes when it is logged into that LIMS system, and the computer program tracks the movement of the evidence by scanning the barcode in and out of custody and in and out of storage locations.
Now, what are protocols?
Protocols are specific, a set of specific steps that must be followed while performing a particular procedure or method.
Does the lab have written protocols?
Yes, we do.
Do those protocols cover every step from receipt of evidence to the writing of reports?
Yes.
Have those protocols been approved by any agency or organization?
Yes, they have.
Is the crime lab accredited?
Yes.
By whom?
We are accredited by an organization called ANAB. The first A stands for American National Standards Institute, and the NAB is National Accreditation Board.
What does it mean to be accredited?
It means that the lab has received formal recognition for that its policies, procedures, physical building, equipment, personnel, and quality program have met certain standards.
And does your lab follow the guidelines of any organization?
Yes, we do.
Okay. How long has the North Dakota lab been performing DNA testing on forensic casework?
Since about 2001.
Okay. How are profiles generated?
When we are trying to develop a profile from evidence, there's a series of steps that we must go through. The initial step is called extraction. We need to isolate the DNA from whatever the DNA is deposited on, whether that's a swab or a towel or a sheet. After we have isolated the DNA, we need to know approximately how much DNA we have. Too much or too little DNA will not provide optimal results, and so the second step is a quantitation step. After we've obtained an approximate quantity of the DNA that has been extracted, if there is enough if it has met the minimum quantitation threshold, it will go on to a step called amplification, which is performed by a process called PCR, or polymerase chain reaction. And basically, that step forces the DNA to copy itself. It's not changing the DNA in any way, but it is causing the DNA to make millions of copies of itself. After amplification, the sample is put on the genetic analyzer instrument, and that instrument will translate that DNA into a profile that can be interpreted and used for comparison.
After DNA analysis was completed, was a report created stating the results of analysis?
Yes, it was.
I've handed you a document labeled Exhibit 25. It should be 35 pages. Is that accurate?
Is that somebody's phone? Someone have their phone on? It should not have been on. Okay.
There are 35 pages of report and 1 blank page.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate copy of the report for the analysis for the DNA?
Yes, I believe so.
Your Honor, the state would move to enter Exhibit 25 into evidence.
Can I ask whose DNA you're talking about?
It's the report from the case, Your Honor.
Okay. A particular person's DNA?
A lot of it's going to be Anita Knutson's DNA.
Okay. Mr. Sand?
No objection, Your Honor.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 25 is received without objection.
Now, this report, does it accurately represent the conclusions for each one of the items that were analyzed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at 1A. What is 1A?
Item 1A is a swab from the back of the knife handle.
And what can you tell us about that?
There were several attempts made at developing a profile from the knife, none of which provided a usable profile.
So does the same thing apply to 1D and 1E?
No.
Please tell us about those.
Item 1D was a swab of the front half of the knife handle, and item 1E was a swab of the blade of the knife. The profile developed from item 1D, the front half of the knife, a swab of the front half of the knife, provided a profile that matched the profile from the known sample from Anita Knutson.
So Anita Knutson's DNA was on the knife?
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. What about 1G and 1H?
1G was a swab of the internal components of the knife, and 1H was a swab of the exterior of the knife handle. Item 1G, the profile developed from item 1G, the swab of the internal components of the knife, was a mixture that was determined to be too complex for comparison.
What does that mean exactly?
It means that there's an indication that there were three or more than three contributors on the knife, and the laboratory's policy is that when an analyst believes there to be more than three contributors, interpretation will not be made.
Why is that?
When you have three or four or more contributors in a mixture on a particular item, it becomes difficult to accurately assign genetic information to individual contributors due to the chances of them sharing genetic information, and it cannot be reliable statements cannot be made about potential contributors to that mixture.
Now, in the process of analysis for this case, was the screen also, was there a screen that was tested?
There was.
And was DNA pulled from that screen?
Yes.
What did that DNA show?
I believe there were 4 samples taken from the screen, 3 swabs and 1 cutting. And the profile from a swab of the top inside left edge of the screen matched the profile developed from the known sample from Anita Knutson. The same with the profile from the cutting that was taken of the screen. It was a profile that matched the profile from the known sample from Anita Knutson. There was a swab taken of the inside of the metal screen frame that was a partial profile and a mixture. That mixture, we were able to determine a major contributor and a minor contributor, and the major profile matched the profile from the known sample from Anita Knutson. The minor profile was a partial profile and contained limited genetic information that was not suitable for comparison.
So Anita Knutson's DNA was within the cutting portion of the screen, where it was sliced?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that some of these tests were found to be too complex. Was that the term you used? It was too many contributors?
Yes.
Okay. Does that mean that there could have been contamination at the scene, or does that tell us anything else? What does that tell us?
Objection, Your Honor, he's leading.
Sustained.
Does that tell us anything?
A mixture that's too complex for interpretation means that there are, for our laboratory's purposes, more than three contributors. And we have made the determination in our laboratory that when there's an indication of more than 3 people, we will not interpret that data.
Now, were statistical frequency calculations performed for the matches reported?
Yes.
And what is the significance of population frequencies?
Population frequencies provide significance to a match. It's one thing if I am able to tell you that the profile from A matches the profile from the subject or victim or whoever the contributor, the known person is. But it's important to substantiate that match by giving an estimate of how frequently we would expect to find the profile from the evidence in a given population of unrelated individuals.
Did all the controls show that the tests here were performed properly?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination?
Briefly, sir. Can you hear me all right with this microphone? Okay. Thanks for coming in today.
Yes.
Can I have you flip your report to page 30? See up top there, item 17. I believe it's 17I, right?
Yes.
You know what item that is?
Yes.
What is it? Thanks.
It is fingernail clippings from Anita Knutson.
And what's found in item on page 30, 17I, right?
17I right was subjected to Y chromosomal analysis or male-specific DNA testing, and there was a partial profile developed of an unknown male.
Under her fingernail.
Under her right fingernails, yes.
Okay. And the knife that you tested, based on Mr. Nelson's questions, came back with Anita Knutson's DNA on it as well, right?
The knife that was tested, yes.
Yes. Well, you didn't test it, I'm sorry.
I did not.
I'm sorry. And that was a folding knife.
Yes.
That's what you have from the report, because this report was done by someone who's not there anymore, correct?
Correct.
That's why you're here.
Yes.
It's a folding knife.
Yes.
Had Anita's DNA on it.
Yes.
She had male DNA under her fingernail.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirect, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, very briefly. Looking at the report that shows that there was male DNA under Anita's fingertips, can you tell us when that DNA was deposited?
I cannot.
So there's no way to know when that happened.
No.
At least you can't tell us.
No.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
That's all I got, sir.
All right. Mr. Nelson, is this witness here by subpoena?
She is, Your Honor, and she can be released.
All right. Any objections, Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. You may come and go as you please. Please make sure you leave the items, though.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness today, Mr. Nelson?
We do, Your Honor, but she's going to be quite lengthy. I don't know if you want to take lunch recess right now, being
Okay,
quarter to
quite
12.
lengthy. Again, you're thinking an hour or so?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the time is 46 minutes after 11. It's a little bit early, but I did start you at 8:30, so maybe we're okay with that. The plan would be for you for us to be in recess till 1 o'clock, at which point you would be requested to return, hopefully a few minutes before that, maybe 12:50, 12:55. While you're gone for lunch, please do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter. Direct any questions or discuss any problems that you may have with the bailiffs. Do not read about, listen to, or view news accounts of this trial. Until you retire to deliberate your verdict, please do not discuss the case. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you, and please do not use the internet or other electronic technology in any attempt to learn information about this case or communicate with your family, friends, or anyone else about this case. And do not form nor express any opinion about this case until I've given it to you for your deliberations. I hope to repeat this instruction at each recess. If I fail to do so, it will apply to you throughout the trial. All right. We'll be in recess for the jury until 1 o'clock, excuse me. For lunch.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
All right, we'll be in recess until 1 o'clock. On the record, time is 5 minutes after 1 o'clock. Today's date continues to be Thursday, March 20th. Parties are present along with counsel. Ms. Sorgan, is there anything before I bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted to advise the court of our ETA on witnesses. We have 3 witnesses available for this afternoon. We have other witnesses that are coming into Grand Forks tonight. As the court's aware, all of our witnesses have had to travel. That will make us have 4 more witnesses available for tomorrow. And then we have 4 more witnesses who are flying in over the course of the weekend, so they will not be available till Monday.
So we have 7 witnesses between now and the end of the day tomorrow is what you're saying. Available.
Correct, Your Honor. And only 3 of whom will be available for this afternoon.
The other 4 are all tomorrow.
Yes, they'll be tomorrow. They're not going to be getting in until after 4 o'clock today.
Okay. Mr. Sand, any thoughts?
Yeah, I actually was going to bring something very similar up, Your Honor, because I know we're moving through. And, we had worked on scheduling before, but that didn't happen. Our witnesses are planning on next week, just on what we know about the state and what the availability of this weekend for Miss Asham that the court had ordered.
Okay, so wasn't solved on the day, so we're going to do it this weekend.
I'm confused, Your Honor. She was deposed yesterday morning.
She was, and we're still waiting on the transcript to go through and see if there's anything more that needs to be done, Your Honor.
Okay.
But I just want to make sure we're okay to have our witnesses next week and not
Yes.
end of day tomorrow.
Yes. My understanding is it will be next week.
Okay.
The state will not be done no sooner than the Monday. That's
Okay.
my understanding. Maybe Monday or Tuesday, but no sooner than Monday.
I had one other small piece. I'm wondering if that board could be put anywhere else because it obscures our view of the jury.
Sure.
Absolutely. We can put it over in that corner over there. You can.
Thank you very much.
That would be fine.
That's all I got.
Well, since we're already taking the time, do need to address oral arguments on your Rule 52 motion. So, and I'd like to do that sooner than later. So the suggestion would be, I'll just wait for this. Thank you. The suggestion, thank you, Mr. Nelson, I apologize. The suggestion would be, my thoughts would be that if the 3 witnesses today go a little early, like again, if we're done by 3:30, 3:45, something like that, we could argue the motion today. I don't expect the motion argument is going to take long, but you've asked for it, so I'm required to give it to you. Okay? All right, that's what we'll try to do. It just depends on how the witnesses go today.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, then, I'm going to call in the jury, please. Thank you for the cameras. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Jury is now present. Again, the time is 9 minutes after 1 o'clock. Mr. Nelson, do you waive roll call of the jury?
Stay away. Stay away from roll call, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Sand?
We waive as well, Your Honor.
All right, then. Mr. Sorgan, Ms. Sorgan, do you wish to call your next witness?
State calls Nichole Talbot.
Ms. Talbot will have you come up here and she'll swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat over here, please. Ms. Talbot, are you an officer still? Yes.
With the St. Paul Police Department, yes.
Okay. Again, once you're situated, make sure the mic is at your chin, and then make sure the little light's on saying it's available. Okay? Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorgan.
Would you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Nichole Talbot, Michalitalbott.
Where are you currently employed?
The St. Paul Police Department.
In what capacity?
Patrol officer.
How long have you been with St. Paul PD?
Hired in May of 24.
Prior to that, where were you employed?
The Minot Police Department.
In what capacity?
I was a master officer when I left.
When were you employed by the Minot Police Department?
From 2015 to 2022.
And how did you start off in the Minot PD?
I started off on patrol.
And at the time that you left as a master officer, what was your assignment?
When I had left, I was assigned to the investigations division.
Okay. And how long had you been in investigations?
Not quite 5 years.
What were some of your duties in the investigation department?
I was assigned to many different roles. The main one was to investigate criminal cases.
And you're a you were a licensed peace officer in the state of North Dakota, is that correct?
I was, yes.
Are you still a licensed peace officer in North Dakota?
I am not.
Okay.
No.
Since you've moved to Minnesota, that's changed.
Correct.
Okay. And could you please tell us about your training and experience?
For which department?
Minot.
I had over 1,100 hours of post-certified training through the state of North Dakota at the time of my departure.
And what is post-certified training?
It is approved training through the Post Board for peace officer standards.
And what kind of training specifically would you engage in?
Anything from like DUI stuff to interviews to crime scene to standard firearms training.
Okay. And during your time while you were in the Minot Police Department, did you receive any kind of special assignments with regards to investigations?
I did. In 2019, I was asked, along with another investigator, to review Anita Knutson's case.
And who was the other investigator?
Carmen Asham.
Okay. Case Agent Asham today.
Yes.
Okay. When did the two of you receive that assignment?
In, I think, September of 2019, roughly.
What did you do to commence your review of this case?
Initially, we were tasked with just reviewing tips that came in, along with gathering any evidence that was still at the state lab and itemizing it to see if everything was accounted for and making sure it was correctly logged in our system.
Did the nature of your assignment change after a period of time?
It did.
And how?
We were tasked with reviewing the entire case file from any tips that were previously submitted to current ones that were coming in, along with all of the previous investigators' reports that were filed.
And how much did you end up having to review?
Thousands of pages.
Was there also audio or video information that you had to review?
There was photos, there was video, there was audio.
Okay. And approximately how many hours of audio and video did you have to review?
Couldn't even tell you, to be honest with you.
And you and Sergeant Asham reviewed all of this?
We did.
Then what happened?
From there, we were assigned to review it, and the department decided to bring in Cold Justice, who then assisted us with reviewing it as well on their end, and from there, an arrest was made.
Okay. Can you tell us about the Cold Justice portion of the investigation and how they worked with you and Sergeant Asham?
It was a week and a half where they came to Minot and reviewed the case. They assisted us with locating individuals and re-interviewing them, along with sending items out for testing to facilities that they had.
Okay. And the re-interviewing, who was re-interviewed that you recall?
Several people were re-interviewed.
Okay. Anybody in particular that you remember?
A lot of people, I guess.
That's okay. That's all right. During the time that you were working with Sergeant Asham and with Cold Justice with regards to this investigation, were persons of interest identified?
Yes.
And who was identified?
The defendant.
Okay. Were there any other persons of interest?
I believe Marty was one of them.
Marty Annell?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anybody else?
And I believe Devin Hall was one of them.
Okay. And in reviewing the defendant, Marty Annell and Devin Hall, How did you go about investigating and narrowing down the list of suspects?
Based on their statements alone, as well as evidence that didn't support either Marty or Devin being the person of interest at that point, and inconsistencies in the defendant's statement.
Okay. And then eventually an arrest was made, is that correct?
Correct.
And who was arrested?
Nichole Rice.
I have no more questions for Detective Talbot, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
Yes, sir. How you doing, Detective Talbot?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good. You in St. Paul PD now?
I am.
Nice. When did you leave the Minot Police Department?
November of 22.
Can you tell me why you left?
Just personal reasons.
Okay. I won't go any deeper. So you did a full review of the case file in this case?
I did.
Okay. How long did it take you? A while.
Long time.
It's a big file. We had to review it too. Do you recall putting a report together?
I did, yes.
Do you recall on March 9th of 2022, you spoke with a man named Vern Olson?
I did, yes.
Is it true that Vern was a friend of Marty and Al?
He was, yes.
Vern told you that he received...
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
It's true that you learned from your conversation with Vern that Marty committed suicide on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
And you learned from your conversation with Vern that there was something happened to Marty?
As far as?
You learned that Marty had portrayed to Vern that something had happened to him. I can show you the report.
Sure.
That would help. Thanks. Just make sure I can show you the right paragraphs. If you could just look at 51 and 52 and I'll continue asking questions. Get a chance to look at those two paragraphs.
I did.
You learned through that conversation that Marty was a heavy drinker.
Yes.
And that after Anita's homicide, Marty was never the same.
That's what Vern indicated, yes.
And Vern indicated something had happened to Marty.
That's all I said was something happened.
And Vern spoke with Marty the night he committed suicide, correct?
For like 6 hours, I believe is what he said.
You learned that Marty had several firearms and knives.
Yes.
Did you learn they had a decorative folding hunting knife?
That's what Vern had stated.
Did you ever interview Devin Hall?
I did not know.
Why not?
I didn't need to.
Well, the state's attorney had asked you about the three people you were interested in. It sounded like Marty Rice and Devon Hall, but you didn't call Devon Hall?
I did not call Devon Hall.
Okay. Did you go visit them out in Montana, Fort Peck Indian Reservation?
I did not, no.
Did you talk to the FBI at all that had pointed at Mr. Hall?
I did not, no.
How long did you conduct this investigation after you reviewed the report?
In what capacity?
Making calls, meeting with people,
I started in 2019 with the report.
and then you arrested Nichole in 2022
Correct.
without talking to Devon Hall or the FBI?
Correct.
Cold Justice was in town. Did you do interviews alongside of Cold Justice employees or representatives of Cold Justice?
One would accompany me, yes.
So like a producer of Cold Justice or one of the faces of Cold Justice, a TV person?
Yes.
A TV person was sitting in on interviews you were doing during your investigation.
They were casual
They suggest
interviews.
that you call Devon Hall in their review?
As far as,
Give him a call. Go talk to him. See what he knows. Re-interview him.
they had a list of people they wanted us to talk to, which we talked to.
But Devon wasn't one of them.
No.
And then when you made calls, these people were sitting with you at points.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll withdraw it. I'll withdraw it. How long were they in town for? How long was Cold Justice in town with you guys?
I think 7 to 10 days. I don't exactly remember.
Did you have contact with them outside of the time they were in town?
We might have spoke on the phone a couple times, but I don't recall how many.
So they came into town, they worked, they reviewed the file, they worked with you guys to get justice, and then they were gone.
Yes,
Except for the documentary they released, right? They did that, right?
correct.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, officer.
Ms. Sorgan, do you have any redirect, ma'am?
I do. Detective Talbot, the information that you learned from your conversation with Vern Olson, did that cause you to consider Marty Annell a suspect?
We had considered everybody at that point.
Okay.
Marty was one of them.
Okay. But the information from Vern Olson, did that bump him up in the suspect level?
Not that something had happened.
Okay. And did you learn through the course of your investigation what was it that had happened to Marty?
I believe that him and his girlfriend at the time were having issues in their relationship.
Okay. And this information that you learned from Vern of Marty owning several firearms and knives, were you ever able to independently verify that?
No, I was not.
Now, you interviewed other people in Marty's life, right?
I did.
Such as?
I don't recall names.
Okay. Do you remember his girlfriend at the time, Laura?
Yes,
Okay. How about a sister?
probably if I could refer to my report.
Okay. Your report would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Sure. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Well, while I keep flipping on this, you also indicated that you didn't interview Devin Hall, correct?
Correct.
And you said when Mr. Sand asked you about that you didn't need to, right?
Correct.
Why didn't you need to?
There was enough evidence to support that he was not in town at the time of the murder.
And through your investigation, what did you learn about where he was at the time of the murder?
Based on items that I reviewed, he was in Montana at the time of the murder.
Do you have any information as to who he was with in Montana at the time of the murder?
He was with a friend and the friend's family.
Okay. And what was that friend's name?
Jerron Vivier.
So your information in your investigation determined that neither Jerome Vivier or Devin Hall was present in Minot at the time of the murder?
Correct.
Okay. Now, some of the other interviews that you conducted, you said that you spoke with a lot of people, right?
Correct.
All right. You didn't speak with the FBI, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And what was your understanding of what time period the FBI had information from?
I think it was the beginning of the case.
Okay. So was it your understanding, would the FBI have had more updated information?
When I talked to them,
Correct.
they would have just the beginning portion of the case.
Okay. So they wouldn't have known anything new?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sand asked you about the fact that you interviewed people alongside Cold Justice, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you said that they had a list of people that to re-interview. Was this something that they were directing you, or was this suggestions? What was this?
They just put together a list that we also supported based on the case review.
Okay. And that was based on their investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And your investigation dovetailed with theirs, is that right?
Correct.
Devin Hall was not on that re-interview list, is that right?
Correct.
Why wasn't Devin Hall on the re-interview list?
Because there was enough evidence to support that
Asked
he
and
was-
answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Detective Talbot, was Devin Hall ruled out as a suspect?
He was.
Was Marty Annell ruled out as a suspect?
He was.
How about Jerome Vivier?
He was also ruled out based on him being with Devin.
Nothing further.
Any recross, Mr. Sand?
Just one thing regarding Mr. Olson. You had stated that you learned from your report that Marty started changing shortly after Anita's homicide, that you learned that from Vern, correct?
That's what Vern stated, correct.
That's all I have, thank you.
All right. Is Officer Talbot here by subpoena?
She is.
She excused?
She is.
Mr. Sand, any objections?
No, sir.
All right, you may come and go as you please, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next witness, Mr. Nelson.
The state's going to call Matthew Hansen, Your Honor. We're having difficulties texting for some reason, and I believe he's downstairs in the state's attorney's office, so I'll go get him.
Are you Mr. Hansen? Yes, come on up here, please. Please come up here. She's going to swear you an oath.
You solemnly swear to truthfully answer the question. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Please have a seat over here, sir. Once you're situated, just try to address the microphone so it's kind of aimed at your chin, and then make sure the light is on. Okay?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Matthew Hansen,
And could you spell your first and last name for the court, please?
Matthewhansen.
Okay. And you know the defendant, is that accurate?
Yes.
How do you know the defendant?
She worked with me at Telecare.
Telecare, that was the business in Minot?
Yes.
Were you her supervisor at that business?
Yes, I was.
Approximately how long were you her supervisor at that business?
I don't know. I don't remember. Year or two. I don't recall exactly how long it was.
Somewhere between a year and 2 years?
I think so. I don't know. That's a guess. I don't specifically remember how long, but it was a while.
You were her supervisor.
Objection, Your Honor, he's testifying.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask the question this way. Were you her supervisor in June of 2007?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall conversations with the defendant prior to June 4th of 2007?
Yes.
Do you recall conversations about issues between the defendant and her roommate?
Yes.
What sort of things did the defendant say about her and her roommate?
She had just talked about her situation at their apartment.
What did she say about the situation?
Just that they weren't getting along. She was, some strange things, like she was locked out of the Wi-Fi, and I remember her telling me that she was locked out of a microwave or something, things that just seemed strange at the time, but a little bit ridiculous, you know?
How did she seem when she talked about these?
She was kind of stuck in a bad spot. She made it seem like she was up at my desk, and I just remember her talking to me that it always ended in, what am I supposed to do? Or what do I do? Or what am I supposed to do? Type of things. Every time she would talk about their living situation, she was stuck in this. She was very worried about the lease.
What do you mean she was worried about the lease?
Well, because I would tell her that just move out, and she'd say she couldn't because she was in a lease. She was just very worried about the lease that they had at the time, that she couldn't get out of this situation.
Okay. Now, was Nichole a good worker at Telecare?
Yeah.
How
Yep.
so?
I'm sorry?
1 second. Tell me about her as a worker.
She was a great sales agent, a top performer consistently.
Okay. Was there an award for that?
Yeah, we did have awards for that. Yeah. Yeah.
Was she going to be a recipient of one of those awards?
Well, we had like monthly, sales awards and things like that, and I'm sure that she was. I don't remember that either, but I think you're alluding to there was a trip that was won. Yeah.
Let's talk about the trip. What do you remember about the trip?
The company that we sold roadside assistance for on the wireless phones had offered an incentive trip to Florida. I don't remember the specifics of it. It was I want to say it was like a 5-day, all expenses paid trip to Florida. It was a big deal in the call center at the time. It was a huge incentive thing. I don't know if we ever had one like that before or after, to be honest, but it was a big deal. Yeah.
Was that something that a lot of people were gunning for then?
Yes, everyone was gunning for it, yeah.
Okay. But Nichole was the one who got the trip.
Yes, she was.
Okay. Did she take the trip?
No, she did not.
Why not?
After these events, she no longer worked there.
Okay. Were you working there on June 4th of 2007?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Was Nichole working there that day?
Yes.
Do you remember how she was acting that day?
Was this the day that the police called me and stuff? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
I mean, it's not like the fresh to my memory, but I remember she seemed a bit like hurried that day, a little bit sped up. going about her thing, not as social as usual. She was kind of quick to get to her desk and things.
Would that have been different than the way she would act on other days?
Possibly, yeah.
Do you recall when dispatch called about getting were you there for a phone call from dispatch?
Yes, they called.
What did they call about?
They called me and said that Nichole needed to go to her apartment.
Did they give you any information beyond that?
No, they did not.
Did you relay that information to Nichole?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say in response?
I went to her and I said, the police called, you have to go to your apartment. And she just kind of, I don't even think she looked at me. From what I remember, she just said, no, my roommate's a crackhead. I'm not dealing with it, and this and that. And I was kind of just like, okay. So I went back to the phone and I relayed that to the police on the phone. And they said, well, she either comes here now or we're going to come there and take her here.
Did you relay that information to the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what was her response to that?
I believe she up and left.
Okay. So at that point, she left eTelecare.
Yes.
Did she ever return to eTelecare after that point?
I don't remember, honestly. It seems to me that she did not, but she may have. I don't specifically remember that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination for
Just
Mr.
a few.
Hansen?
Just a few, sir. How many years ago was this, sir?
What are we, is it 17?
Yeah, 17. You said you have trouble recalling a lot of the stuff that happened 17 years ago. How old were you back then?
24, I think.
And you were a supervisor.
Yeah.
Nice. Was that trip to Florida or was it to Cancun?
I thought it was Florida, but
But it was a long time ago.
yeah.
And you don't remember if she came back to work or not?
I don't.
Too long ago.
It seems to me that in my mind she didn't, but I'm not sure enough to say,
Right.
you know.
Did you guys have any kind of relationship outside of work?
No.
No. How many people worked under your division?
Well, on my team specifically, just on my team, or
Yep.
like between 15 and 20.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Nelson, anything else?
No, redirect, Your Honor.
All right, is Mr. Hansen here by subpoena?
He is, Your Honor. He can be released.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, I'm sorry, Mr. Sand, any
No, sir.
concerns?
No.
All right, thank you very much. So you may come and go, would you please? Next witness, Ms. Sorgan.
Your Honor, I've just been advised by our victim witness coordinator that our next witness is circling in Grand Forks, a little lost. She went to go meet her to bring her here. So if we could maybe take about a 10, 15-minute recess, that would be much appreciated.
Do you have another one after this one?
No, Your Honor, that would be the end of the witnesses for the day that we have for today. The rest are not expected in until this evening.
Okay, so this was the three then.
This was the three, yes.
Okay. All right, well, it doesn't look like we have a whole lot of choice that way, so I apologize.
I apologize for that, Your Honor.
And I understand. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a little short break. Hopefully short. It won't give you an exact time, but the time right now is 40 minutes after 1. Please do not converse with any witness, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter. Direct any questions or discussions that you may nor express. All right, please have a seat. Anything before we break, Ms. Sorgan?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Sand, anything before we break?
No, sir.
Okay. Again, Ms. Sorgan, I was under the impression that the three witnesses were going to take a little bit longer. This next witness, is she a long witness?
She's probably going to take about half an hour, 45 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay. Seems like a little bit of a waste of an afternoon. It'd be great if it was Friday and not Thursday.
I
But-
understand, Your Honor, and trust me, I feel the same way.
And I appreciate that you're keeping me informed. And again, my apologies that that's the way the timing works. And again, not always in our control. I guess that was it. Anything else before we break, Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
All right. And I don't have a timeline, so we'll just hope when she gets here, please let us know.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Sorgan, you found your witness?
We did, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll go back on the record. Time is 5 minutes after 2 o'clock. We're back on the record. Parties are present along with counsel. Jury is not present. Ms. Sorgan, you found your next witness?
We did, Your Honor. She's out on the bench in the hallway.
Okay. And anything before we bring in the jury, Ms. Sorgan?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
All right, bring in the jury, please. Who is your next witness?
Yellen.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Ms. Sorgan, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State witness roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. They appear to be the same people we started with. You can call your next witness, please, Ms. Sorgan.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Donna Belland. And Your Honor, I would note Ms. Belland has a medical condition that causes light to hurt her eyes, so she's wearing a hat, a visor, and dark glasses. We just ask that she be allowed to keep those on.
In here?
Yeah.
Have you come up here, ma'am? She's going to swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Please come over here and have a seat, ma'am. Watch your footing there. There's stuff. Once you're seated, make sure that the microphone is aimed at your chin and that the light is on the base of it.
It looks good.
Okay. My understanding is that you have light sensitivity. Is that correct?
I do.
And,
I get headaches from lights.
and so you need to have the hat and the sunglasses
Yes.
on?
Yes, please.
Okay. This lighting in here would hurt your eyes, ma'am?
Yes, all light, it would bother it, yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Sorgan, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record?
Donna Belland,
Please spell your last name.
Bjellland.
Okay, move that microphone with you too, since you scooted over to see me. There you go. Okay. Donna, how old are you?
78.
Are you currently employed?
No,
You retired?
yes,
How long ago did you retire?
couple months, 2 or 3 months.
Okay. Can you name off some places that you've worked during your career?
I retired from the city of Palo Alto years ago. Then I worked at eTelecare for 5 years,
Okay.
Cognizant for another 5, and RSI for the last 15.
Sure. During the time that you worked at eTelecare, do you remember what years you worked there?
I couldn't tell you offhand.
Did you know the defendant, Nichole Thomas Rice?
Yes, she was a colleague
Okay. She was a colleague of yours where?
at eTelecare.
How long did the two of you work together?
2 or 3 months.
And where were your workstations in proximity to each other?
They were open. She always came and sat next to me.
Okay. So could you please describe the workstations at eTelecare?
Couple computer screens, headphones.
Okay. Were these cubicles, partitions?
They were open.
Open. Okay. And what kind of work did you do at eTelecare?
We helped people. It was a call center, so we helped people with their telephones. And of course, we were encouraged to sell.
Okay. Who started working there first, you or the defendant?
I don't know. I think I did. I just remember her coming and sitting next to me.
You remember the very first day you met her?
Yeah, I remember the first things that she said to me, yes.
Okay. What were the first things that she said to you?
What do you think about a roommate that sets their alarm, locks the door and leaves, and you can't get in to turn the alarm off?
How did she seem when she said that to you?
She was angry. She was angry when she sat down complaining about it.
Okay. Is that the only time that the defendant was angry about her roommate?
No, she was angry with her, I would say, on a daily basis.
Okay.
Something was going on. They fought a lot.
Okay. And how do you know that?
She told me. She said when they got into fights that Anita would go in and lock her door, her bedroom door.
Okay. And
so that she wouldn't, have it out with her. She'd go into the bedroom door.
okay, so Anita would walk away from her.
Yes, Anita would go into the bedroom and lock the door.
Okay. How did the defendant seem to you when she would convey these things to you about her?
She was very angry.
Okay. Can you recall another incident?
Yes, she was very upset because they had had an argument. Anita wanted her to get rid of the fish tank.
Okay. There was a fish tank in the apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
Nichole had a fish tank.
Okay.
And because it made too much noise.
Right.
And she didn't want to get rid of it.
Okay.
And then I know that on 2 more occasions, she brought it up in that Anita had turned the fish tank off while Nichole was gone. And when she came back, it had been turned off. So she was very upset, and they had it out then because she didn't want those fish to get killed.
Okay.
And
eventually,
it happened again. The same thing happened, and she said she turned it off again. The third time, she had turned it off, the fish were dead.
And how did Nichole react to her fish being dead?
She was very angry, and it looked in that anger, that time when she was upset, she said it was as if, I want to put words in her mouth. It was as if that Anita had really crossed the line then. Okay. She had moved from being, this is my interpretation now, she moved from being the worst roommate in the world to being a really bad, evil person. That's how she acted. And
to your knowledge, how long before Anita died did this incident occur with the fish tank being turned off and the fish dying?
The week before. That happened before that weekend.
Were you at work on June 4th, 2007?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the date at all.
How did you come to find out that Anita had died?
She came in, Nichole came in and said that her roommate had been murdered and that they thought it was her.
How soon after Anita's death was that?
I think it was the next weekend because she had just gotten back. The police took her and her parents to the scene of the crime, and when she came back, so it was right after that, in answering your question.
Okay. So she told you that they thought she did it then?
Yes.
Okay.
And she said...
What'd she say?
She said, if I keep my mouth shut, I'll be okay.
Okay. Did Nichole ever discuss Anita's murder with you again? At any later time?
Yes.
Okay. And what had happened? Well, had she been somewhere that prompted her to talk to you about it?
She was. When they took her and her folks to the scene of the crime, when she came back, she was very upset and said, "Do you know what my dad said to me?" And I said, "What?" And she said,
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Calls for the listener's state of mind.
It's double hearsay.
Let me make sure I'm clear on this. This is what the defendant said.
The defendant told her that her father said to her.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with Nichole about where she was the evening after Anita's body had been found?
Yes.
Okay. Where'd she tell you that she was?
She wanted to go home, but her dad wouldn't let her, told her she couldn't stay there.
Okay. And did she tell you where she stayed?
She said they let her come out to the farm, but she had to stay in a shed outside. She said it wasn't a trailer, it didn't have a lock on it.
Okay. And why was she concerned about that?
She said Anita's family could be coming for her.
And she told you this when?
The night after they went to see the scene, excuse me, that night she had no place to stay because her dad told her she had to clean up that mess. She was not coming back to the farm.
What were you thinking when she told you that?
Why the heck would somebody, when their 20-year-old daughter's roommate was brutally murdered, why wouldn't you grab her to your heart and get home?
Donna, did you have any further conversations with Nichole about this case?
Yes, but nothing comes to mind.
Donna, you gave a deposition at one point, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you remember having that deposition?
I remember the deposition, yes.
And if I were to show you a transcript of your deposition testimony, would that refresh your recollection as to statements that you've made previously about further contact between Nichole and law enforcement?
Yes.
Commissioner Prochon?
You may.
Donna, I'm just going to show you this, have you read it to yourself, and then when you're done reading, I'll take it back from you.
Oh,
Don't read it out loud.
I remember now.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have further conversations with Nichole about contact with the police?
Yes. She
And-
said, when she said they think I did it, but she said I had a key to the place. Why would I have to cut through a screen to get to her?
And what were you thinking when she said that?
I felt a lot of concern and a little panic because I remembered her saying that when they got into arguments, that I'm sorry, I'm lapsing on the victim's name.
Anita?
That Anita would go into her bedroom and lock the door, and she said I would have no reason to go through that. But I remembered her saying that Anita locked the door, so yeah, she would have to, if she wanted to get to Anita, she'd have to go through the screen to get to her if the door was locked. And that scared me when I realized that.
Okay. And did something happen shortly after that conversation between you and Nichole?
Yeah, that's when there weren't very many people working, so I don't know exactly what time it was, but she screamed, you don't want to get me angry. And I was shocked, and I looked up and thinking she'd had a bad conversation with on the phone, which it could be, but she was looking at me, and I thought, oh, she knows I know that she would have had to go through the window to get to her. So I was very concerned then.
Okay. Thank you, Donna. I have no more questions. Mr. Sand may have some questions for you, though.
Mr. Sand, do you have any questions?
She's right on the edge here. I'm afraid she's going to fall right out there.
Okay, move her chair.
Let's
Thank you.
not do that.
Thank you very much.
I'll go this way then.
It has
Over
happened
here.
before, so thank you.
And I would probably do it too.
Mr. Sand, do you have any questions, sir?
I do, sir. Donna, where'd you come in here from today?
Minot.
Okay. And you worked for Palo Alto, the city of Palo Alto before?
I'm a retiree from the city of Palo Alto, yes.
Out in California?
Yes.
Okay. You testified earlier, you don't remember the years you worked at eTelehealth or
No.
eTelecare or whatever it is. Okay.
No.
You testified earlier that Nicole's dad had told her to clean up the mess at the apartment and then sleep in a shed?
Clean up. He said, you better take care of this mess because you're not coming home.
And he made her sleep in the shed because he was worried Anita's family would come hurt them.
Found out the next morning, I asked her, where did she sleep? Because I was concerned about her.
Okay. So you're 78 right now, is that correct, Donna?
Yes.
So were you 60 when this happened then, 2007? That's my math, but right
His
around.
math, yeah.
Those are the only questions I have. Thanks, Donna.
Thank you.
Okay. Donna, just briefly. How's your long-term memory?
My long term is pretty good.
Now, I know Mr. Sand asked you couldn't remember the years that you worked at eTelecare, but you remember the statements from Nichole pretty clearly, correct?
Yes.
Why?
The amount of concern I had from the fact that they're two young girls, they're roommates, they needed to be separated, they needed not to be roommates. And it was escalating, and then after the fish, and then all of a sudden Anita's murdered. It set in my mind, quite frankly, because of my level of concern over what happened.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Sand, anything else?
No, sir. Thank
All
you.
right. Is she hereby subpoena, Ms. Sorgan?
She is, Your Honor.
Okay, well, she appears to be, she's excused, so.
Yes, she is, Your Honor. She's good.
You may come and go as you please, ma'am. All right, it's my understanding, Ms. Sorgan, that you don't have any other witnesses today. Your other witnesses are flying in this evening, and they'll be here tomorrow. Is that
We have
correct?
other witnesses. Yes, they're driving in this evening, Your Honor. They'll be here tomorrow morning, yes.
And the number you have tomorrow is 4?
4 witnesses are driving in tonight to be here tomorrow morning. Then we have 4 witnesses flying in over the weekend to be here on Monday. And then we have Sergeant Asham.
Okay. All right. Mr. Sand, do you have any questions with regard to that timing at this point?
Nothing right now, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to have you come back tomorrow morning at 8:30. I realize these things do happen, this length of a trial, this number of witnesses, especially with everybody traveling. So please, a little bit of an anomaly, but when you're in the business a little while, not really. But for you, it probably seems that way. Again, I want to remind you of my admonition. And I know how much you love to hear me say it. Do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter. Direct any questions or discuss any problems that you may have with the bailiffs. Do not read about, listen to, or view news accounts of this trial. Until you retire to deliberate your verdict, please do not discuss the case. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you, and do not use the internet or other electronic technology in any attempt to learn information about this case or communicate with your family, friends, or anyone else about this case, and please do not form nor express any opinion about this case again until I give it to you for your deliberations. I hope to repeat the instruction at each recess. If I fail to do so, it still applies to you throughout this trial. Again, we'd like to start tomorrow at 8:30, so please be here by 8:20, 8:25 at the latest. All right. We'll be in recess till then, please. Jury is no longer present. This will be a perfect opportunity this afternoon to argue the motion. So it's 26 minutes after 2. We'll recess for about 9 minutes, give you a chance to get your heads on where you want them to be, and we'll argue the Rule 52 motion at 35 minutes after 2.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Nelson will be arguing that for the state.
Okay. Is that good, Mr. Sand?
Yes, sir. Bill's going to be
You're going to have young Mr. William do
Young
it?
Mr. William.
Okay. All right, then. We'll be in recess for 9 minutes. Thank you. That's good. We're back on the record. The time is 36 minutes after the hour of 2 o'clock. Still on the same date. Again, Thursday the 20th. This is the third day of the actual trial, fourth day with jury selections. The jury is not present. They've been sent home for the day. We have run out of witnesses available for the day, but we still have one motion to be argued. There was a motion made by the defense with regard to Rule 52, an admin rule that has to do with having a witness by something other than personal. Again, a remote, a reliable electronic means witness for a trial. This defense made the motion. The state has objected. I believe they objected for, first off, that the timing was incorrect. There wasn't sufficient time given. It was the wrong rule, perhaps, and that the guarantees weren't assessed sufficient for allowing it. I think that's where we're at, and I don't remember which one, but one of the parties wanted to have a hearing. So this is our hearing. Mr. Sand, are you prepared to go forward with the argument on your motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
And thank you. I apologize, William. And the state, Mr. Nelson, are you prepared to go forward with the argument?
We are, Your Honor, but I would like to point out no one actually requested a hearing. It was requested that there was some statement about reserving the right to argue something, but at no point did either party request a hearing on the motion.
So we're done?
From the state's perspective, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm easy. I thought for sure somebody had requested it, and that's why I've been putting it off for a while.
It was never requested by either
Well,
writer.
Your Honor, if I can look.
Under 3.2, a party wanting a hearing is required to request a hearing, and that was not requested. So
I guess on page 3 of defendant's reply, we did request to go on the record before the court for oral argument.
Okay. That's maybe the part I remembered. Okay. I'm not going to go check it. I'll take you at your word, Mr. Sand. Well, that having been said, then we now have argument. So, Mr. Sand, do you wish to proceed with argument on the motion?
Yes, Your Honor, and I'll be very brief. I think that the defense laid out its arguments. There's quite a lot of briefing in this. I think there were 5 briefs submitted, 3 by the defense. It pretty much comes down to the fact that we have tried to exhaust so many potential remedies, reasonable remedies, to get Mr. Hall here in person. We have subpoenas at the tribal court in Fort Peck. We have the opportunity, or we have put forth to the court the option to have a court reporter who has actually been a court reporter in many of the depositions in this case to go out to Fort Peck and assist to make sure that Rule 52 is complied with. I believe it's Rule 52, Section 2G, regarding the electronic transmission of documents and such. And the main basis for our argument is for Rule 52 in Section 4 for a criminal action. All of the exceptions in Section 4B pertain to a defendant. It is specifically for a defendant's right, the right to waive the person to be there, the witness to be there in person so that they can confront their accuser. Number 2, number 3, number 1, number 2, number 3, all specifically address a defendant's right. I believe we laid out in one of our briefs that we originally had made contact with the Fort Peck Adult Correctional Facility. They had given us assurances that they were going to be able to transport, and then the following day, they told us, or following days, they told us that they rescinded that promise. We brought this motion very briefly at the expedited status conference that we have. Your Honor had asked that we file documentation with that, and we did file an exhibit. It was an email chain between members of our staff, or an attorney at our office, and the Fort Peck Correctional Facility. All of those factors and all those considerations being taken into account, plus the fact with how much, I mean, it's interesting that this hearing is happening during this trial with how much Mr. Hall has been brought up. The fact that he is in the defense's position, a strong suspect. I believe there has been testimony by state's witnesses that he was a suspect. It's extremely important that he is available to testify here because of the fact that he's in Fort Peck. It makes it very clunky for the defense to get him here. So we think that the most reliable means he's in Fort Peck, he's in jail, he's been deposed there before. We can have a court reporter who's been at one of those depositions before, who's familiar with the facilities there. We believe that we have laid forth enough grounds to meet all the requirements of Rule 52, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Nelson.
Your Honor, I'm going to reiterate some of the things that I put in my response, that there's been a lot of bad faith arguments from the part of Sand Law on this. First of all, I will agree the documents that they showed were that the Mr. Hall was subpoenaed by them way back in January. They submitted those. I have no reason to believe that those are incorrect. Sand Law waited until March 7th, which is a Friday, a couple weeks ago, to contact that Fort Peck about transporting Mr. Hall. That same day, and I know this because I personally called the same person that was involved in that email chain that they referenced, called the Sand Law and told them that due to some issues with manpower, that they were not going to be available to transport Mr. Hall. So it was the same day that that conversation took place. I was also told by that same individual that there were no emails prior to the creation of that email chain after that hearing that we had on the 12th, which is why the dates and the timestamps on those emails are all after that time frame. In court, they had mentioned an email. That is false. There were no emails prior to that point. I would also point out that in the original motion, they failed to follow the rule, which is very clearly laid out on the policy, the procedures that you're supposed to follow. There's also a part in there about the timing, that it has to be done at least a week in advance, and that was not done at least a week in advance. They did not reach out to the state, and we are in this position because they waited until the 11th hour when the rule says that things have to be done in a certain period of time. They are arguing in bad faith. They did not follow the rule, and the state is requesting that the court deny their ability to have Mr. Hall appear by reliable electronic means, that he must appear in person. We've also had testimony, very clear testimony. He never rose to the level of a suspect. He was a person of interest, and that the evidence showed that he wasn't even in Minot, North Dakota. He wasn't even in North Dakota at all at the time of the murder. So, and the other point, Mr. Sand was talking about the defendant's right to face her accuser. Mr. Hall is not accusing the defendant of anything. So that part of the argument is meaningless. So that's the state's position, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Nelson. Couple things. I had previously asked the defense counsel to supply the information, and I believe they have with regard to the exhibits of the emails, something that shows that Montana could not get the gentleman here. The other aspect of that was, again, my reading of Rule 52 is slanted heavily in favor of the defendant's constitutional rights with regard to being able to have witnesses appear in person as opposed to some other means. The defense counsel submitted a statement that is allegedly signed by Ms. Rice, saying that she's in agreement to allow for this witness to appear by reliable electronic means as opposed to face-to-face in the jury or in the trial itself with the jury present. The signature on that statement, however, had no, I guess the term would be attestation with regard to it was a notary or anything that says it's her signature. I'm not here to question anybody's signature based on my own signature, that's for sure. So I don't know if it's her or not. So this is my caveat. I am in agreement to allow Mr. Hall to appear by reliable electronic means. All of the burden of making that happen is on the defense counsel as far as electronics, availability of both you and the state to show him exhibits and him availability to respond to those exhibits. Again, not just yours, but the state's also. And then the last caveat is I am going to require Ms. Rice to take the stand, raise her hand, and swear an oath that she's in agreement with this gentleman's appearance by reliable electronic means. That would be the only question. It would be given to her by the court. And if she's in agreement with that, then I have it on the record.
And that would occur during...
Right now.
Right now.
Mister, do you wish to talk about it? I'm just asking because, again, this is unusual, but I've never had this request before, so this is my cover all the bases.
No, Ms. Rice is indicating...
Ms. Rice, do you understand what I'm going to be asking you? Yep. All right, then I'll just have you stand up. Pull one of the mics.
Sure, I got you.
Have you raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you have a seat again, ma'am. My only question to you is that, are you in agreement, waiving any rights that you may have constitutionally with regard to this witness testifying not in person at your trial, but will be testifying by reliable electronic means?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
And you are in agreement?
I'm in agreement.
All right. You're no longer considered under oath. Thank you very much. All right. Based upon that, the court will grant the defense's motion over the objections of the state.
Your Honor, the state does have a couple of requests in relation to that then.
Hang on. But again, I'm very clear on this as far as the electronics. All of it's your responsibility. All of the availability for reviewing documents, et cetera, is your responsibility. Okay, Mr. Nelson?
The state would request that the court require stand law provide, or the defendant, I should say, provide for the defendant to be wearing street clothes while he is, or not the defendant, excuse me, Mr. Hall. Let me be very clear on this. Provide for Mr. Hall to be wearing street clothes while he's testifying so that he's not wearing a prison uniform. The implication being that because he's wearing a prison uniform that he is guilty of something. I would also request that the court direct defense to not specifically identify the facility that he's in, because that also has the same inference to the jury that because he is currently housed in a correctional facility that he is somehow guilty of this crime.
Mr. Nelson, I appreciate both of those. Both of those seem to be very legitimate concerns. Again, I'm not sure how that plays out in my own head with regard to the reliable electronic means. We've been doing reliable electronic means quite consistently since COVID. All of my requirements for them, for that action, for using that, is that the people I have to know who they are, where they're calling from, and that they've agreed to do it, and that there's nobody else there that's participating in regard to that part of the case. Again, it's just general information usually. In this particular case, my guess is he will have to be identified. His location, I think, is going to be required.
It would be, yes, Your Honor. But the fact that that location, it could be limited to
city and state,
not the correctional institute where he's located in.
Okay. And as far as what he wears as far as clothing, I think that would be fine. I'm pretty sure the Fort Peck Reservation Correctional Center, whatever the title is, may probably have that flexibility that someone can wear civilian clothing. We just don't know if he has it, I presume. Maybe they do, but off the top of my head, that would be a concern as to what he actually would show up in.
If I may respond, Your Honor?
You may.
As far as doing our best to make sure that he's, it's not stated that he's not located in jail, I think that's something that we can try to get done as far as not being in prison clothes or in jail clothes. I know so many times during state court hearings I've had, the court says that they're not in charge of DOCR, they're not in charge of the jail. I don't know how the heck I could control that.
You cannot, Mr. Sand, and I appreciate that, and that kind of is what I was trying to say. To bring them to court, I can control it. But as far as what they wear inside their facility is a whole nother deal. Very seldom do the courts try to interfere with how incarceration facilities run their facilities. We defer to their judgment based on their safety, their concerns, the priorities that they have with regard to their inmates, et cetera, and their staff, and so on. So we try very hard not to interfere or dictate. So accordingly, it would be nice if you can. Mr. Nelson, again, I'm not guaranteeing that, The only thing I could relate is that based on cross-examination, you may or may not wish to, again, not trying to second guess how you do your case, but you can always ask him why he's there and so on, which may be not a good question if you don't know the answer ahead of time. So we all know that that's not the way you do things. But
one more thing for the record, Your Honor, we can control, I believe, as much as we possibly can, in our line of questioning, the fact that he's not in jail, or tell the court reporter, say that he's in the town but not in the jail. I can't control if Mr. Hall says that he's locked up or,
That's true.
I just asked that it not be brought up by the defense, Your Honor. That's what the state is requesting.
No problem.
Okay, so that seems reasonable, Mr. Sand?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay, well then that will be the order of the court, that he can make his arrangements. Please, again, keep the state involved in your arrangements so that they're available and so forth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah, is this something I need to sign? Oh, okay, that sounds like a good plan, thank you. All right, any last thing, Mr. Sand?
No, that's it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
I can't think of anything, Your Honor.
All right. Lonnie, was there an actual order in there for this or not? I think there was. Okay, I'll have to look at that. Maybe I want to change it. But here, Mr. Sand, I'll give you this, one of the Sand gentlemen. This is the information for contact information for the trial.
Thank you.
All right, then that will conclude our hearing then. Again, the time is 52 minutes after 2. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30. Is there anything else, Ms. Sorgan? Mr. Nelson?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. See you then.
Mr. Sand and
No,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Sand. Anything else? Okay, thank you very much. That will conclude our day.